What's going on, everybody? Thank you, anybody that made it in early. Yeah, Investigating Truth. I've been watching your stuff lately. You've been covering since the election. Doing good work. But yeah, no, I can't show the fights. I'll get in trouble if I show the fights. But they're on Netflix. You can watch them. I don't know if they cost money. I'm not sure. But I'm just going to be giving results of the fights and doing an open panel. I got to do some organizing here. But yeah, that'd be the plan. Get everybody's predictions for the fights and see who all wants to join me. I think I got a few people that are going to join me, but I'm not 100% sure. Actually, hold on while I'm doing this. Turn that off for a second. And it doesn't work so hard. Most of my classes except for hey, Mr. Carter. But that's what they did last year with Sycamore. So then they had 6 days of school after the day. So for some reason, they started 6 days after they were supposed to start school. So their curriculum is all up, and apparently they're taking classes. All right. I think we're set up now. Sweet. But yeah, they just started the main card. Give you an idea, Cedric the Entertainer and a lot of celebrities in the house. Steve Harvey still nowhere to be found, in case anyone's wondering. But yeah, not too much going on yet. Waiting for the fights to start. I just shared this with somebody else. Let's see. Show you guys the card. If I can pull it up real quick. Nobody really has the undercard posted or the prelims. I was looking everywhere for it. I feel like that should be more accessible for a $50 million fight. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Neri Guyat versus Winterson Nunes. Mario Barrios versus Abel Ramos for a title. Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. I've heard of Amanda Serrano. And then Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. So I think it's going to be a couple hours before the main card to fight, like, actually start. Could be mistaken, but yeah. I think they're just doing, yeah, they paid a lot of celebrities to be here. Now that I'm looking at it. Ariel Hawani on the mic. Yeah, not much going on yet. Getting ready to bring the first fighters out. Yeah. Like I said, I'm going to do an open panel. I had a few people that I wanted to come on and give me their takes on the fights. It'll be an interesting panel if half the people showed up that said they would. A lot of different takes tonight. What up, Gonzo? How you doing tonight, man? What up, Bowie?
just talking to Angela, and she said, I hope this doesn't take long because I'm supposed to be working. She's still like wondering what's going to go on with the fight and everything.
Yeah.
Even though she says she's never been interested in fights.
All of a sudden I am.
Well, she wants to watch Jake Paul get punched in the face.
Yeah, everybody wants to see Jake. That's what people are buying the fight for, is to watch Jake Paul get knocked out.
So she said she.
Oh, Jaywalk's in the house. Jaywalk says
back and forth.
Serrano versus Taylor is a rematch and should be a phenomenal scrap. Both great top-notch talent, female athletes. Yeah, no, I knew some Amanda Serrano was, but no, we're gonna have fun. So I got 2 tips. I got this for $9. I got 2 tips. I got the black one with it right
Eventually, they're not gonna come off nicely.
I know, and it's also got a metal tip. It all came in one pack for $9.
Slides out real easy.
Yeah, but it doesn't when you're using it. And got that in there for you already. Boom, pow.
Oh. Just figured.
Torch is filled.
You set this over there so it doesn't get hair on it, I guess.
Yeah. I was just saying, get your clean one. And then Drew gave this to you. And then he said, rough idea, I think it's 100.
Why did you give it to me?
No, he said he had free cookies for the holidays.
His cookies.
What up, just me? I don't think he made them.
Oh.
He usually gets them. Somebody else usually makes them for him.
That's scary too.
Yeah. Hope everybody's doing well. No complaints.
I hope everybody poops their pants tonight.
That's good. Jody hopes you all poop your pants tonight. Who do y'all want to win? I want Mike Tyson to win. And I feel like it's a lose-lose for Jake. Like, who's going to be proud of somebody for knocking out a 58-year-old man? Are we about to witness elder abuse tonight? Or is it going to be a competitive fight? That's the real question.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to put that on Facebook.
Are we all paying to watch elder abuse right now? He's 28. Who does Joey want to win? Oh, Jody, not Joey. Who do you want to win? What's the call? Who you putting your money on?
I'm putting on my pebbles. Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. All right. What round? It's
that,
an 8 round.
That old goat.
It's an 8-round fight. 2-minute rounds.
Shit.
What round do you think is going to happen? Think they're going to make it to the end?
No, because he's
somebody going to get knocked out?
Yeah, he's going to... Yeah. Mike Tyson is probably going to knock him to the ground. And, we'll say round 3.
Ooh. It's
With
pretty accurate.
How
it's actually a really... Like, that's where the money would be for...
Oh. Mm-hmm. Because
if Tyson's going to get the knockout, it's going to be within the first 4.
I'm a good guesser.
You are a good guesser.
You just, that slap was just really big.
And I tried to guess what the ring would look like. I didn't realize they were going to put Celsius in the middle. I thought they were going to have Netflix in the middle, to be fair. Just me says...
Cowboys cheerleaders? Or are they here?
Those aren't, because they're in Texas.
Oh.
I don't know why there's so many people there.
And they're the best of the cheerleaders.
Yeah, like Cedric the Entertainer's there. Pink, I think, was just out there.
It's always a big to-do.
Yeah. There's going to be so much stupid shit in between fights.
Oh, yeah. That's why I don't watch these.
Yeah.
They take forever.
That's why I was like...
That's why Angela's switching between this and the Great British Bake Off. She's like, this is boring. I was like, yeah.
I specifically invited people on just because I knew it was going to be like, oh, gosh. I can't wait for this whole thing to start. Speaking of... Hello, Michael.
Hey. How's it going?
I'm not too shabby. Can't complain.
Kind of sound like
good.
Oh.
Is it over yet?
No, it hasn't even started yet. They have the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders dancing before the first people walk out. That's why I said I knew we were going to have a couple hours before they actually got to the. I knew it was going to be plenty of time to kill.
8 hours. Damn.
Well, you know, it's only going to be
Why does this part come out?
3 minutes, so might as well
Hmm?
milk it for all it's worth.
Michael McIntosh says 3 minutes the fight goes. So that'd be second round. That's your
Yeah.
prediction.
Second round, first minute.
Well, you know, I think Tyson can knock him out in the first minute of the first round, but
Yeah, I think he could too, but
I
man,
think he's
I
probably
want to
gonna
see it.
get.
I think they're both gonna get out there and poop their pants.
They're not going to poop their pants. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a thing.
I mean, Tyson is like he's as good of a fighter as like Alexander the Great. You know what I mean? He's not just a boxer. Like he's a real hardcore, serious warrior. You know, and like
Yeah, his coach when he was younger, like trained him to be a monster. I just wonder if he can still draw from that same place. That's what I wonder. Because
I don't
even
think that. Yeah. I don't think
You
that
know.
ever goes away. You know, I think that's with you for life. When you get to that point, it's like it's not going anywhere. You realize that you got to fight to survive, or not. You know what I mean? Or you give up. And I mean, but you know,
no, I
there's
feel like
there's
when the
also
money
entertainment.
okay. Yeah, with the entertainment side, when how much I like besides you who can just sit there and apparently make as much as these guys just sitting on your butt, besides you, um who wouldn't take, $30 million to get punched in the face?
I wouldn't take it to get punched by Mike Tyson, for sure, but like that
Oh.
you know, like you're disabled for the rest of your life after.
Oh, you could buy a new body with 30 million. You could buy a whole new body, bigger, stronger, faster.
Mm, maybe. I guess if money were a problem, I guess I might think about it, but I don't know.
Fighter cannot be saved by the bell.
The short fight, it goes to Tyson, Gonzo says, and if it goes the distance, it goes to Paul. Well, yeah, because actually, I don't even know. I bet you, depending on how long the fight goes, even Tyson would land more punches and combos. His combos are punches and bunches. Like it's not like he just loads up the right hand.
Scrunches and bunches.
That's what Jake does. Jake's more of a right-handed counter puncher.
Yeah.
Thinking his styles, I don't know.
No. Yeah, that's already good, isn't it?
But if you're like a real serious, devout student of war, as Mike Tyson is, you know, he's not just a boxer. I mean, he's an actual like real hardcore warrior. Like if he really wanted to be, he could be, you know, emperor of the world, but he chooses not to do that. You know what I mean? This
Well, I
guy's
give
like-
it more of a look like he's one of the first fighters, besides like Muhammad Ali and other people. Like he's always been a trash talker, where he gets in your head on another level before
Yeah.
the fight even starts. Most people, like, if you go back and watch his old fights, they were scared to be in there with him. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
you
yeah.
can just look at their facial expressions.
He really does the entertainment side of it pretty well too, and gives it, you know, he's a showman too, but like that's just a side point. You know, that guy's actually tough, and like, yeah, it's a whole different level with the kind of mentality that he's got. It's like, you know, it's like the difference between Conor McGregor and like Adolf Hitler. You know what I mean?
No, I can't even picture the difference.
It's kind of like that. It's like McGregor is an
I
entertainer.
didn't
and
study
puts on-
Hitler. I didn't
puts on
study
a good-
Hitler that well to know
Yeah.
his warring strategies. I just know
well,
bad dude.
I study all of them. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, I'm a real avid student of military strategy and how wars are fought and all this kind of stuff. But
Too bad.
Tyson is the real deal. Like, if he really wanted to be, he could be. I don't know.
His historical knowledge of, like, and he does study like Romans, gladiator, like he's always studied warriors. Like, that's his thing. If you
Yeah.
follow him, like, I always followed his content, because that's why I was making a joke to you earlier about him and his DMT intake, and his, he's always talking about him going to other realms and stuff, and he goes sober for his fight camp, and completely, like, from sex and from drugs and from all these other things, and he gets himself really irritated, and he's really responsive. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that. There was a slap the other day at the weigh-ins. He just reached up and slapped Jake, and I think it's because he stepped on his shoe. Is that what he said? Stepped on his shoe?
That's what they zoomed in on.
Looked like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jake Mike Tyson just slapped Jake in the face.
Yeah. He's sending a message, I think, as well.
He what? Trying to send a message?
Yeah, he's sending a message to her. He's like, yeah, look, we can do the entertainment thing, but at the end of the day, this is what you are. I'm giving you a bitch slap, and this is what you are. You're my bitch, and that's it. It's like,
yeah, Jake made a joke. He bought like these diamond ear covers so that his ears were protected, and he didn't have to worry about them getting bit off.
Yeah,
that was his little comedy gimmick.
Yeah,
it's a Paul fight, so it'll be structured in his favor. Yeah, that's what I worry about, is how much of the exhibition will be, structured. Because I remember in the Roy Jones fight, they said no heavy hits to the head, but because of that, like, Mike Tyson broke almost like half of his ribs.
Yeah,
it ended up being pretty bad.
Yeah, I would
Just
not.
Me says I have that same cough.
I don't even want to upset that guy. You know what I mean? Like, I would want someone like that.
Oh yeah,
to be my friend.
Yeah, he scares the shit out of me.
I would completely.
And that's why he broke his finger.
Give him all the respect he completely deserves, because that guy can destroy anybody in 5 minutes, under 5 minutes.
This is true.
Yeah,
this is very, very true.
But that's, I don't know. I mean, what do I know, though? I guess.
I mean, I think most older folks have a better idea of seeing Tyson in his prime than people watching videos of it today.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess I'm older at this point. I just turned 50. So.
Prime.
That is funny, because Jake Paul started prime, didn't he? Or Logan?
Oh.
I don't know, one of them.
Whatever, one of them did, so it's still funny.
But
I thought it was Jeff Bezos.
Your best connection to Mike Tyson is in one of his fights. They claim that there was a time traveler there because they see a iPhone in the crowd videotaping the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a flat screen phone, and they can't explain it. But yeah, that's your connection, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a time traveler at a Mike Tyson fight. I really wouldn't be surprised, because the way that guy fights actually does have sort of an influence on the outcome of history, really.
Well, I said, maybe it was you that was there that time, and now you're going to be watching it again with me tonight.
It would be interesting. Interesting to think about how that.
Just me says Mandela effect.
Nelson Mandela effect.
Simon says, dance.
I got to
dance.
But nobody is Muhammad Ali, though.
That's true.
No, it's not.
Muhammad Ali isn't even Muhammad Ali. Well, no, he's not Cassius Clay.
Well, yeah, but people change their names.
Yeah, well,
For different reasons.
Hmm.
yeah. Well. Yeah.
Oh, no, I think Granny told me he wanted to stop by. He was like, Michael McIntosh is going to be there. You guys are going to be watching and talking about the fights. And he's like, I want to be there. So I think Granny might stop in. I heard a couple other people. Jaywalk said he might stop by. And Jaywalk's has got some fighting experience. So it's good to get his take on things every once in a while, too. Ooh, you got the party lights. What is that?
Just trying to
Ambiance.
put
Setting the
myself
mood.
in some kind of
Here. Here.
mood
Here.
here.
I'm gonna throw it.
Say, yeah, you know, it's Friday night. I've had a stressful week and kind of
It's a stressful week.
been,
Bitcoin's at Bitcoin and crypto is at an all-time high. People are making more money than ever. World's
That's
in a good spot. How are you stressed out this week?
I've just been really busy, you know, trying to be as productive as possible because it seems to me that the more successful you are, the better you're doing, the easier it is to get into trouble. So I find that
True.
it's better just to be productive as possible. So I've been extremely
think-
productive this
I think
week.
this is going to slow down, though. I think that was one of the good things that I think came from Donald Trump actually being elected was the public did see what was happening and they did see a smear going on. Like he wasn't as bad of a dude as people were making it out to be. He wasn't trying to be a dictator, and I mean we haven't seen yet, but I guess time will tell. But it's like there's one of the first elections where we had proof of what both administrations had done in the past. One was sitting, and one was the prior president, and it's just like, why do we think all of a sudden we have no idea what these people are going to do? I don't know. It got weird, and now I think you can see a lot of the things that happened in the last few days. It looks like Elon Musk and Trump got to sit down with Putin on a phone call together, and they also talked to whoever it is. Is it Zelensky that runs the United Nations, or not the Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
think they all
president.
sat down on a call to try to come to a conclusion over there, and I mean that's wild. Like President-elect 2 days in is sitting down and solving, peace treaties with other countries. Well, we still have another president in there that told us it couldn't be done, and that we need to keep throwing money at the Ukraine problem.
Yeah.
And then Hamas is getting kicked out of places and not allowed there anymore. Like they're contributing to stopping what's going on in the Middle East as well. It's good.
Yeah.
Bitcoin hits an all-time high as soon as they figured it out. Like that was wild to me. So many good things seem to switch overnight. It's weird how that happens.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff happening, which is
The U.S. sway is insane to me, though.
For sure.
Like I didn't realize how much sway the U.S. has in the whole world. Like,
oh yeah,
so many
We have a
people
lot
were
of-
acting like our elections don't matter, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, the whole world changed because of an election and of a president that's not even sitting right now.
Yeah, we have a lot of influence in the world, and it's important that we get things right, because sometimes we America has gotten it wrong or not as right as we could have gotten it, and that can cause problems. So it's it's good that there is forward motion at the moment and stuff is being resolved. At least there's talk and motion towards resolution. I don't know if it's really
To me,
close or far away, but
the last time I saw like Bitcoin doing well because this is something I thought you could relate to. I felt
Mhm.
like the world was on pause since the last time Bitcoin was doing well. And now I feel like now that Bitcoin's doing good again, the world seems to be going again. Like it was almost on pause for like 8 years almost.
4 years at least.
4 years. Yeah,
Yeah,
4 years
yeah,
minimum. But like it was kind of turbulent 8 years ago, and then it kind of steadied out and hit a
yeah,
high, and then it seemed like the world was just in chaos for a little while, and then Bitcoin did the same thing with
yeah,
everybody else. It kind of crashed. It almost acted like a stock market. It was weird.
yeah. Well, it should have been at this point probably 4 years ago anyway. So it's sort of like we're just, I don't know. It's like there was a break, like the world was on vacation for 4 years, and then COVID didn't really help anything either. It's just like
No.
there's been an active attempt in in my view to kind of keep things from progressing, and I think a lot of that has to do with interference in Washington D.C. on many different levels because people know how important America is in moving moving things forward, operating the turning the gears to make not just the country but subsequently the world move forward. And if they can get in the way and prevent it from happening, then they do. And that's what's been happening. I think it happened. I think the entire last 4 years. It happened a lot in the 4 years before. So yeah, we are kind of like 4 to 8 years behind where we should be.
But yeah,
If
that was my like stoner thought. I was actually thinking about you the other day. I was like,
mm,
it's almost like because we've talked about Bitcoin and crypto a lot,
mhm,
and it's almost like when we were talking about it before, it almost went. It felt like the whole world kind of went on pause, and it almost did it at the same time Bitcoin did. And I was like, oh,
mhm,
geez, this is weird because the stock
yeah,
market didn't do the same thing, but I think it's because it's fakely inflated. Like I think what's going on in the stock market is like everybody keeps lying about if we're going into a recession or if we're not, or
mhm,
all these other things. And then, like, if you look at the numbers, they say, well, according to the numbers, this is technically a recession. And it's just like, there's
yeah,
no accurate answer anywhere when it comes to the stock market, but you could just read it from crypto. Everything crashed, and it was like, whoa, okay,
yeah,
there's some obvious things going on here.
yeah. Um, it is definitely. It's been a recession. I mean, in Europe, for instance, you might even call it a what's going on some level to be like a mini depression. What's going on? Maybe not in Western Europe, but in other parts of Europe, it's depressive and depressing. And
Yeah.
a lot of that is tied into the United States because we have, especially after 1945, so much influence and impact on the entire European economy with, um, for instance, the Marshall Plan and the money that goes into rebuild still goes into rebuilding Europe from the United States. And so, like, there's definitely recession in the United States. Canada is Canada's in big trouble economically because what's happening up there is, you know, like the United States is one of their biggest customers,
Hmm.
and because we're in a recession, Canada is suffering because we're not buying as much from Canada. So it's like they're hurting. Um, so the whole world is kind of has been anyway, kind of suffering economically.
Well, yeah. I
So
mean, in other bit, I think, I don't know. I think what happened in this election, like what's going on socially in
mhm,
Canada, it is an extreme version of what was going on in the U.S. Like when it came to freedom of speech, when it came to progressive policies, I think Canada was a step ahead of us with that, and I think this election was a vote against some of those things, those extremely progressive ideas, or things that would go against our Constitution when it comes to, I think there's a lot of people I think a lot of people were worried about getting their guns taken away, considering Kamala Harris had said that she was going to take everybody's guns away.
Yeah.
Like she had specifically said that, and then she also said, "I've never changed my policies." And it's just like, all right, so which one's true?
Well,
Oh,
come
man.
and get them. If I would say if Kamala Harris wants to come to my ranch in Texas and take away my guns, she's more than welcome to come and try. And,
I mean, and she's
we
in charge. She'll have the military do it.
We can see what happens.
Use the military on its own people. That's what I was noticing is there's only one side that was making fun of the other people, whether it was Hillary Clinton calling everybody deplorables or Joe Biden calling all Trump supporters garbage. And it's like, oh, you just did it to, the majority of the electorate. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we should ever be afraid of the United States military because no matter what the sitting president tells them to do, they're usually going to side with the Constitution and thus the American people. So it's not really, there's not really any reason to be afraid of the United States military. I've never had that problem.
I hope we never have that problem.
Yeah.
That's a scary thought.
Unless you're,
like, could you? I couldn't even imagine this generation getting drafted, much less having to deal with the military coming to them if they actually had to go to the military. How many? Under? Oh yeah, Gonzo said, "Mr. President, why do you have so many accounts?" That was a question for you, I assume.
Why do you only have one? Do you think they're all going to be? Do you think one account is enough? I mean, really? How many bank accounts have you got?
I always thought it was because fucking Facebook or Comic Book was always blocking you. I assumed that's why there were so many.
By the way, I'm not the president, so it's not appropriate to call me that. I am only a person who said that I had observed through
I've heard you say multiple times you didn't even want to be the president. It's only if people voted you in. You're like, I don't even want to do it. But if the people choose me to do it, that's a different story. He goes, but I wouldn't go out of my way to do this.
Well, I can. It's not something I could commit to pursuing because I don't really have the capability to do that in the first place. It's not like I could, I don't have a plane and billions of dollars to throw around. I don't have APAC money being poured into my pockets. I don't have
that would be the scheme. That would be the scheme. You drive a single engine plane with your name behind it, getting pulled in the air. You know what I'm talking about? Like the old
Right. So realistically, there's no way I could compete with that. And and on the other side of the aisle, nobody ever mentions how much money Joe Biden has, right? Why is that?
Because then they would have to admit to some of the dealings that were going on with other countries and him and his son, and you know what I mean? They would have to disclose a lot more information.
Yeah, nobody ever mentions how much money the Democrats have. They're always talking about how much money Trump has or whoever, but no one is ever talking about how much money was poured into the Obama Foundation, was poured into the Clinton Foundation, was poured into Biden's pockets. I'm sure.
Go look at some of the speeches that Hillary gave and who were her donors to do some of the speeches, some of these places in the Middle East that she was going and giving speeches to for hundreds of thousands of dollars for an hour.
Billions of dollars probably. There's realistically I can't compete with any of that, so that's not even something I could commit to pursuing. It's just not realistic, and it would be a waste of my time and a waste of the resources that I have at my disposal. So it's sort of it would be pointless um,
Oh,
unless there's
Jake has-
some other way, you know. So
Hey, what's up?
what's going
I
on,
don't know what
Jake?
that is.
Hold on a second.
Hey,
Got a
what's nice
picture.
to meet you, Mr. McIntosh.
Hi there, Jake. Nice to meet you too.
I've never met you. I've heard about you
Yep.
because,
I don't remember meeting you either. So
yeah, but I've heard about you.
Jake, you need to turn your camera sideways. You look so long like that. There you go.
Here we are. Sorry about that. Sorry,
You just look like you had a really long head.
I'm sorry. I'm not used to using an iPad.
No worries.
I, you know, so, I just woke up from a nap.
So you're not? Are you watching the fights tonight? You got a
I-
prediction for us about Jake Paul versus Mike
I
Tyson?
think this was just a money grab for Tyson because Tyson's broke.
Do you think Tyson's broke? I think Tyson's doing fine. His podcast makes more money than than Jake Paul's podcast.
Logan Paul. But have you seen the documentary that same Sunny V2 did? He went from Mike Tyson went from 600 million to broke.
Oh
This
no,
is
I
some
haven't
of
seen
his-
that.
He
He probably
he-
did at one point, but I think he's doing okay again. But no, I think he
Yeah.
lost his money at one point.
yeah you know do you know that the mansion he had was sold to 50 Cent?
Oh, nice.
50 bought it. 50 Cent bought it. So
50 Cent bought Tyson's old mansion. Yeah, he
But,
used to spend pretty crazy. Didn't he have a pet tiger and stuff? Like
yeah,
Tyson was on a different
Pet
level of
Tiger
spending
plus
at one point.
multiple cars and all
Yeah.
this.
That was party day, Tyson. Tyson's not doing stuff like that anymore.
Yeah. So, is this the same Michael McIntosh that was people were saying he's going to be running for president?
yeah, I've
Or-
had some words like that thrown around about me, yeah, in
Yeah.
the media and stuff. But and I've said some things along those lines.
So what do you think about what Alex Jones is doing now? Alex Jones said he lost his media company to an Onion.
Yeah, the Onion bought it. And then
Yeah,
I
that's
believe the
pretty.
beneficiaries were some of the families that are involved with Sandy Hook. So
Yeah.
the money's going back to them.
Um,
Not all
that's
of it, of course. But
that's all just a clever legal maneuver where Alex Jones
I
will
heard
still
he got
get to-
blocked today. I heard he got blocked.
who did?
I heard it got blocked by a federal judge today.
Oh, I don't know. Either way, Alex Jones doesn't come with the deal. He's just going to start his own show, and he's selling Infowars. So
Well, he'll still get to operate Infowars, but he won't actually be the owner of it. This is what, like the ruling was that he had to forfeit ownership of Infowars in order to contribute damages to something.
Yeah.
Sandy Hook case. So
yeah,
he's
but he probably
selling it.
wouldn't. He probably wouldn't want. I think he's just going to run it. I think he's going to run his own thing and just give it all away. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
think he'll start something new.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll
really,
want.
it doesn't-
I bet he'll
doesn't
let it die
matter.
with the Onion.
He's bigger than Infowars anyway.
Did you guys hear about this one? Candace Owens and Russell Brand and all these other people are coming out that they want Alex Jones to be the press secretary and talk to and run all the press briefings. And Alex Jones said he would do it for a month, and they're all talking about it and saying that they should swap people in. And everybody should do it for a month. They want to get Tucker Carlson in there. They want to get Russell Brand in there. They want to get Alex Jones in there, and maybe Joe Rogan. All people that have plenty of experience talking to people. Elon would be funny. Yeah.
Did I tell you who I would like for press secretary for my press secretary?
Who's that?
Bill Burr.
Bill Burr? Oh,
I
yeah,
did a
that would
song
be
for
good.
I did a song for him. I did a song for him. So
You did a song for Bill Burr?
yeah,
Nice.
I started to realize that the big ones, some of the small ones complain about stuff, and the big ones, they don't listen. They don't give an F.
We don't have enough mass holes in DC, so I figured why not if we're
See him
gonna have a
go. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. President. I mean, Mr. McIntosh.
You don't have to call him Mr. President.
No
He's
way
not
to
the
make this a
president.
habit, but I agree with Jake. It's a 100% money grab. Because here's the thing: it's like you gotta. Here's the thing: that's what Jake Paul does. That's what Logan Paul's doing in WWE right now. Logan Paul wrestling in WWE is just a money grab for Logan to get people to watch his podcast. By the way, I tried prom. Dude, that stuff made me. I didn't tell people this, but it's good. But it makes. I didn't know this until later about all the chemicals were pumped in Prime.
I don't think that's true. Look it up. There's not a lot of chemicals in it. Like there's a lawsuit going on for everybody that made all that shit up and said that bad stuff about
Yeah,
Prime. Kids
yeah.
drink it all the time. There's a lawsuit though that Jake Paul and all these like I
Logan
think
Paul.
Ryan Garcia got sued and a bunch of other people got sued for saying that there was chemicals that weren't listed in there. Yeah.
So
They're getting in a lot
Logan,
of trouble. So I wouldn't say that unless you know that's true. Just so you know.
I'm gonna just shut up about it allegedly.
Allegedly.
But did you see in the news media that Tyrus from Fox News going after some of the View members about what happened after the election?
No, I
About
haven't heard
after
anything about
Trump
that.
won, one of the people went after one of the people, Sunny Hostin, I think her name is Sunny Horston.
What about her?
She said that this said some stuff about like she was very upset that Harris lost.
Well, yeah,
And
I bet
Trump
a lot of
won.
people were.
oh
I don't watch the mainstream media news. I don't watch ABC. I don't watch Fox. I don't watch any of that shit.
I told everybody on the left that we should probably look into the validity of the election
Yeah.
because for some reason there's 20 million less votes than there was last time. And for
yeah,
some
what
reason,
happened? What happened? Did the Democrats not stuff the ballot box enough or burn enough votes? What happened this time?
I think the left should want to look into it just as bad as everybody else.
Yeah. If you don't understand it, people that don't understand. You know, we have this, and tomorrow you said there was a good card on MMA.
Oh yeah,
Did
they not-
it's gonna be John Jones is gonna be the main event, and
He's
he's
go-
gonna be fighting Stipe Miocic.
Is he got his belt back?
I think it's for the championship. So I don't know who's holding it right now. It's probably John.
So, was it true that you was going to run in 2024, Mr. McIntosh?
Run for president? Well, I was campaigning, but obviously, you can't compete with Donald Trump, so it's sort of ridiculous to think that.
Would you do it in 2028 because he can't run again?
Yeah, I know.
If he won, he can't.
Yeah, he's
run
already won
again.
3 times. He can't go again, can he?
Two
Yeah.
2 times. He ran 3
Some
times, but
say- Some say he won twice. Some say he won 3 times. It just depends on who's counting.
yeah. He's also got people. He's also got prosecutors looking for him.
You know what the strangest thing is? Joe Biden is still the most popular president to ever be voted into office. Can you believe that?
Yeah,
No.
I don't believe it. I said I don't believe it because he's I want
According to Joe Biden.
Sorry.
Well, no, numbers wise, for some reason, he got the most votes of any other president in history.
Yeah.
The most popular president.
The most absentee
He beat
ballots
Obama.
ever.
How do you beat Obama's numbers?
Well,
I thought
it's
Obama was
easy.
liked more than Biden.
It's pretty easy. You talk to the Chinese government and get them to send in millions and millions of absentee ballots. And they'll do it for you.
Why would you do such a thing? I would ask the Russians and then tell the other side. Then tell the other side that we know you're working with the Russians. That's how I would do it.
Yeah. You know,
Just make themselves into a little trap.
I thought Trump was the most popular person. Trump actually did more before being president. He was in WWE. He was on NBC. He was all that. I thought
He's
he
probably
was
the most well known. He's probably one of the most well known of his time. But I bet that was kind of how. Who was the other actor president? There's
Ronald
been a few.
Reagan. Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. Yeah, Ronald Reagan was probably pretty
Mm.
popular and well known for an actor of his time.
You know,
Yep.
but it's so fun. By the way,
But nobody's been as famous as Donald Trump and run for president. Like maybe if Arnold Schwarzenegger or somebody, you know what I mean? You got to have a big movie star.
yay, yay,
Oprah could probably do it.
yay,
Yeah, Kanye
Yay.
West could probably do it. Yeah,
yeah.
P. Diddy.
P Diddy would definitely be.
Okay.
in it. I don't think anybody. I don't know how you get negative votes, but all of a
hey,
sudden.
By the way, Jacob. Hey, by the way, it's not Kanye anymore. It's Ye.
Yeah, I
He changed his name.
Yay.
don't care
Is
what
that-
he calls himself.
Is that like a yay kind of yay, or is it like a
Yeah.
yay?
I don't understand why.
kinda yay?
By the way, he says that a lot of people. His new wife is more controversial than Kim.
One thing more shady than boxing is politics. Yeah,
Yeah, but the thing is, it's
they
like
get dirty.
and the thing is what do you guys think about I've been watching a bunch of Mr. Fred Rogers clips when Fred Rogers went to Senate to try to get NET some money.
Fred was the man.
He actually for 9 minutes, it was a 9-minute clip.
Was that like a hippie thing, like the man, like fight the man, or was that like he's the man, like a cool guy?
No, he was the man. Like Fred Rogers really did a lot for
educational television.
children and for freedom of speech. Actually, he did a lot for making sure that the federal government was supporting what really were controversial things, and making sure that those viewpoints and ideas were getting out to the general public and especially American children. And
did he help start like the regulation of what was on TV?
no, he actually ensured that. I mean, he was a minister. I don't know if you knew that, but he was an ordained minister.
Okay.
So a lot of his programming was based on Christian thinking and teaching, and that for the federal government to go out of their way to actually finance and support that is kind of quite controversial, especially. It was definitely back then, and it's even more so today. So
because that's what I'm trying to think of is the comparison, because when you had the introduction of like television and everybody could just flip through the broadcast and see different shows, it was almost unregulated like it was the internet when we first had it. And that's why I make that comparison. It's like we're still going through how to regulate the internet.
Yeah.
What's up, Jake?
I want to say this. It's like I watch documentaries, and there's one documentary that there's a lot of people that talk about TBN's kids channel. Smile of a Child was one of the first kids Christian channels in the world back in 2005, I think, and it was started by Jan Crouch and Paul Crouch over at TBN, Trinity Broadcasting Network, who also own. Trinity Broadcasting is runs the Merritt, has a little stake in Merritt Street Media, Dr. Phil's studio. But what brought because some of the shows on Smile Child was also on Saturday morning TBN, including Faithville, Joy Junction, and other shows. Sorry, you got me thinking, Michael. Sorry, you got me thinking of other kids broadcasting that I remember. I remember watching stuff every Saturday morning, flipping to that because I was on like cable, didn't have Disney or didn't have a lot of that, so ABC Kids and all that would be my go-to shows to watch.
Yeah,
watching like Recess and stuff.
Yeah.
That was my go-to. That's the only stuff I'd watch when I was like camping, and then I watch different stuff when I was at home.
Yeah.
I
Sorry.
haven't watched much television in a very long time, but some of the last TV I watched was actually Mister Rogers' Neighborhood.
Oh, nice. I haven't seen
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I brought it up because we were talking about politics, and I wanted to bring up him. Plus, Jelly Roll did the Congress.
Jelly Roll went to the Congress. Interesting.
Yeah.
First musical artist, probably, well, big musical artist to be there in a while.
Yeah. You know what? But the thing is, Shaq did. By the way, Shaq Shaq was on what got a chance. There was a few people. Shaq got on Judge Mathis.
Did you see how much money the Harris campaign gave to the celebrities that came out and endorsed Kamala Harris?
Really?
Crazy amounts of money. Like Beyonce, I think got the most. She got like 10 million for her endorsement. Eminem got paid for his endorsement.
Batista.
No, I don't think Batista probably got paid for all of that. Yeah, he did a promo. He did this like thing where he was going through and like boxing and hitting bags and just going through a gym and working out and talking about how much of a wimp Donald Trump was.
But the thing
him
is,
fat.
Donald Trump went up to him.
He was a professional, but Batista's a professional wrestler, so like you could tell right away it was a gimmick.
Yeah. So Trump went out and got Mark Calloway and Glenn Jacobs to do a promo.
He doesn't pay people to endorse him. That was the difference between him and Hillary Clinton too. Hillary Clinton pays people to come out and endorse her, but Donald Trump doesn't. That's why his events didn't cost as much as most people's other events, is because he wasn't paying for endorsements. He didn't pay people to be there. They spoke on his behalf because they wanted him to be president. They were like, "No, I'm really endorsing this guy. I'm not getting paid to be here." It's not it's not a money offer.
So, what do you guys think about like the problems we've been having?
Hey Jake, I gotta ask you, since you brought up the wrestler, who do you think, whose word do you trust more, Batista or the Hulkster?
I gotta go with Hulk.
The Hulkster came out for Donald Trump, and then Batista came out for Kamala Harris.
I got because knowing Hogan didn't get paid on that. Trump and Hogan.
No, Hogan probably came out for fun. He was already in Florida. That's why he just probably drove over and was having a good time
in Florida.
about it.
He lives in Florida. Actually,
That's what I mean. He just drove over.
I see people like say, "Oh, Hogan, Hogan's a race. Hogan's a racist," but I don't think that. I think that was a bad decision that he made on his own, and I think that he made some mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. We're not perfect.
I think every celebrity has some pretty dark stories. I've never made mistakes like some of these celebrities.
I've never made any mistakes.
Never? Not one?
No, not a single mistake.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Someone got banned, by the way.
Yeah, that was me. It's this guy. I just timed him out. It's this guy. He comes in and he's always drunk. He's from Germany, and then he'll tell everybody that he's gonna shave his head. He always does the same thing.
By the way, LC got into some drama. LC got into drama. Jacob.
Who's LC?
Lincoln.
I don't know what that is.
He's friends with he's the guy in Australia. He's friends with one of your guys.
You got to give me some more information. I have no idea who you're talking about.
The guy that you said that was friends with Raven. He's friends.
Okay,
with the guy
so he's friends with Jimmy Rizzo. What about him?
He got into some drama. He got into some he's being accused of SA-ing someone.
Jimmy Rizzo is?
No, LC.
Who's LC? What's his relation to Jimmy?
He's friends with Jimmy.
He's just another internet person, or they
Yeah,
like hang out?
he's just an internet person on
Yeah,
this
so no,
Australia.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't attach them. I wouldn't say that they're.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Just
yeah.
because they're internet acquaintances doesn't mean that they're friends.
Hey, by the way,
There's a lot of people I talk to on the internet that I'm not friends with. To be fair.
like me.
Well, no, I think Jake, I actually like you. That's why we talk. But
But Jody doesn't like me. Jody doesn't like me.
Jody doesn't like anybody on the internet.
Jody's his wife, by the way, Michael.
I'm not married. Take a deep breath.
But-
Chill out. Why are you breathing so hard?
How long you been married, Michael? If you don't mind me asking.
Let's see, over 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I got married late in life compared to most of the people that I grew up with. In fact, all of them, unless they were gay.
Listen, I'm 30 years old. I've never had a serious relationship.
Yeah.
My nephew got married. My nephew, who's 6 days older than I am, got married when he was 21.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's like I'm 31, and I'm I've been trying to find the right person, but it's hard to find the right person when I'm don't go out and I don't socialize with people, because people scare me a lot.
Yeah, well, people are
pretty
scary.
outgoing,
So
though. You're pretty well, yeah. People are scary, but you're pretty outgoing. If you went out, you'd get more comfortable doing it. Just like
Yeah,
you were with the internet, you got more comfortable talking to people on the internet over time.
yeah. And by the way, has Michael met Giggle Pickles yet?
I don't know. I don't think he has.
that handle
Don't know.
sounds familiar.
She's
I
the
feel
one
like I'm on a
she's faked cancer. She faked cancer.
She faked cancer. She's got cancer again. I don't know if you heard. She's got cancer again, and she broke her neck.
Oh, great.
I don't believe until we hear from a medical professional. She shows her documents this time to a medical,
Why does she have to? Why do you care if she shows her medical stuff?
because
She's
she
not
faked cancer before. She faked cancer before. We don't believe what she's saying. If she showed, here's the thing, remember when Boogie faked cancer
Nope.
a couple months ago? Boogie said he had polycythemia vera.
Yeah, I agree, Gonzo. He can't prove that. I don't know. I think he's making accusations.
Yeah, sorry.
Apparently, she has to prove it to him, but he's allowed to make accusations about her.
I'll stop. I'll stop when she proves it. She has to prove it, because I don't trust her.
Why don't you just not support it? Why don't you just not give her any money or anything? As long as you're not giving her any money and not promoting it, I think you could just let it go, right?
What about a certain group called Cards on Deck and Prophet of Truth?
What about them?
Why don't they? Why doesn't she show the proof and show it to the two people that got her in the first place? Prophet.
Maybe she likes the attention. Maybe she likes people following her around.
You do you get
she's
what?
got a follow. She's got a following. She draws a crowd wherever she goes. Why would she want that to stop?
Because I don't trust someone that has lied to us. Lied to me twice.
You don't have to trust her.
Remember the fucking lawsuits?
But Jake, I don't I don't trust anybody on the internet, is what I mean. Why are you putting trust or faith into anybody that you're talking to on the internet? That you've never met in real life, and
sorry for the language, Michael. Sorry for the language.
It's English, isn't
it? It's people don't understand that there's
It's definitely a
Well,
history.
the history there where I don't want to get fucked with so many.
I get it.
And the thing is, I've lost so many friendships. Nobody wants to hang out with me on D Live anymore because of the Giggle Pickle shit.
Yeah. Well, you know.
It's like uh,
You can get her on the lawsuit. Oh
yeah,
man.
the thing is like I'm dealing with a guy right now in Minnesota that I don't need someone from Virginia. I already got somebody that hates me in Minnesota.
Who do you got hating you in Minnesota?
Aaron Imholt.
Oh, well, why don't you just stay out of his business and then you'll be fine.
Aaron
Just don't worry about what's
Imholt.
don't worry about what's going on with his
Aaron,
life.
dude, the guy makes it apart him because he lies about a lot of stuff. He fucking calls me retarded on
Well, I
his
know he's a
show.
dude. Doesn't he also like? Weren't they like not feeding his kids and other stuff? This is what I mean. If there's people on the internet that make you angry,
They were also
probably don't
getting.
watch them, or don't talk to them, or don't have conversations
Here's the
about them.
thing.
Like, just leave them
He
alone.
lost. Now he's down to one co-host right now.
If it's any consolation, I grew up in the Boston area of Massachusetts, and we call everybody retarded. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Well,
say you're a Bill Burr. You're a Bill Burr fan, Jake. You must know.
you hung out with. Did you hang out with the Wahlbergs?
oh yeah, they're my best friends.
Sorry, Donnie and Mark. The only
Yeah,
If he
we
was
thing
go
hanging
out
out with the
drinking on
Wahlbergs, he wouldn't be on this. He wouldn't be on this show right now.
we go out drinking on Fridays and beating up Vietnamese people.
Yeah, that's yeah. But Jenny McCarthy's kid had Asperger's.
Yeah, well, I know her too because I'm Irish, and we all know each other. We're like a big cult.
Yeah,
He hangs out with Conor McGregor on the weekends.
Yeah,
They
By
ride
the
I
way,
know.
Maybe on.
I watched the documentary about that the other guy that think he's the next. They thought he's the next Conor McGregor.
What up, Mud Rabbit?
You know what I'm talking about?
No. Oh, Patty Pimblett.
Yeah. All right, give me
Is that who
1
you're
minute.
talking about?
Yes, give me 1 minute. I got to go pee.
Okay, please turn off your camera. Okay.
I'm not gonna appear the camera, but I'll do that,
All right. No crossing the streams.
and I'll turn off the mic because I'm not.
Yep, turn off your mic. Thank you.
You know who Whitey Bulger was? Have you heard of Whitey?
I've heard of Whitey Bull. Wasn't he a criminal or something?
Yeah, he was one of the. Yeah, Johnny Depp made a movie about him called Black Mass. If you ever get a chance to
Okay.
watch it, it's pretty interesting. I lived in that neighborhood that movie was set in. Like I grew up a little bit. Yeah, it's So people ask me if I know Whitey Bulger or if I know like Mark Wahlberg. Do I know Matt
So-
Damon? It's like
I got
yeah,
one
yeah,
for you.
yeah. I know all of them because like Boston's this tiny little
I'm
dot,
back.
and everybody knows each other.
I got what was it? A League of Their Own was shot in my area.
Mhm.
Some
Yeah.
people ask me. Well, people ask me because of my Scientology connections if I know Tom Cruise, but also
Okay.
Risky Business was shot pretty close to where I'm at.
You must know
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln too, right?
What's that?
You must know Abraham Lincoln too, right?
Oh yeah, apparently
Yeah.
he drove like right through my backyard at one point.
Yeah.
Hey,
We wrestled
so
for some of the same teams.
hey, sorry about. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna fix this because I had my camera off. So getting back to what do you think about Richard Ojeda, Michael?
Who?
He's a former army major who now goes around bad mouthing Trump and saying things on podcasts about Trump and all that. He goes on Stuttering John Melendez's show. Richard Ojeda.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny that
I don't
the
know who
people
that
that
is.
have to the people that have to take commands from the general that's in charge, the commander in chief. Like the people that are complaining about what the commander in chief does or is telling them to do probably shouldn't be in the army.
Yeah.
Like that's their job is to serve the commander in chief and the people. You know,
Sorry.
Well,
like
as far as the Constitution, the thing is that this is what people forget sometimes
you can
because
speak
they're
out
not.
against it. Like
But
speaking out against it is one thing, but some of the claims that this guy's making are pretty
Mhm.
out there. I don't know if you've looked into him. You might need to. He's
it's
Who?
important that to know that people who get into those positions have an oath taken first before any commander in chief is
Yeah.
even necessarily elected. That their allegiance is to the Constitution first, and not the commander in chief.
yeah, that too.
So
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that Jacob and I, and a lot of people don't understand this. When I do shows with Jacob, we talk. The first thing we talk about is UFC card
Yeah,
because
sometimes we
to
do.
so for me it was. I love watching some of the older stuff like the Tito Ortiz era, the Chuck Liddell, the Frank, the Ken Shamrocks, the older era stuff. I remember watching when Matt Serra, Matt Hughes, BJ Penn, a lot of those guys were coming out to music. Matt Hughes came out to Hank Williams Jr. Country Boy Can't
Yeah, he
Survive.
had who's the one that came out to uh God, I can't remember the song that everybody gets everybody to sing it in the crowd. And I can't remember the song. There's a couple of them like old school songs that were real catchy that everybody used.
Uh, 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 Kobe Covington came out to Kurt Angle's music.
Yeah, he did. This
has
is
anyone thought about the?
this is the card
Has
for
anyone thought about?
tomorrow, Jake.
All right, we got John Jones versus Stripe Mosick.
Stipe Miocic.
All right,
Stipe Miocic is a firefighter in the U.S. He's actually from the Boston area, I believe.
all right. We got
Oh yeah, I know
Charles.
that guy. I used to drink with him down the bar in Southie.
Then we
We
got
got
Charles
Charles
Oliveira versus
versus
Michael
Michael
Matt
Chandler.
Damon.
Chandler.
What do you think about that one, Jake? Do you know who those two are?
Michael Chandler, I've heard of him. I've never heard of Charles Oliveira.
Yeah, Charles Oliveira, I believe, is either the champion right now or was previous champion, and really great jujitsu and
Yeah.
decent striker. But most of his stuff is his ground game. And then we got Bo
We
Nichols versus Paul Craig.
Paul Craig with one draw.
Oh yeah, Paul Craig's got one draw. Bo Nichols is a heavy wrestler. I think Bo Nichols is going to walk away with that one pretty clean. And
What
then
is catch weight? What is
I
catch
don't know the other.
weight?
Catch weight means that they are going to meet at a weight that they decided prior to the match. That's not one of their normal weight classes. So they
All
just
right.
decide on a weight, and then that's where they meet at. It's usually when you have somebody that's a little bit higher than somebody else. Usually they decide to, we're not going to both cut weight, or they're in different weight classes, so they try to meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah. We also have for the women's flyweight we have Vivian. I can't say this name.
Afro, I don't know. Versus Kareem
Versus
Silva.
Silva. And do we know anything about the female?
No, I don't know. I don't know the last two people on this card. I was just gonna watch probably the main three.
You
I
know,
even
and the
checked
thing
the
is,
prelims, and I didn't see anything on the prelims that I knew. Chris Weidman's actually going to be fighting on the prelim semi-co main event.
well, what's the early prelims?
Nothing really going on there either.
Mickey Gale's in this one.
Yeah, he should be fighting way higher though. He shouldn't be. He shouldn't be on the early prelims.
Oh,
But yeah,
we got a canceled match. We got a canceled match.
Anthony Smith. versus
And
Dominic
versus
Reyes.
Jim
That would have
Reyes.
been a good one. That would have been a really good one.
Yeah. We also got the thing is it's like I remember when it was just lightweight, middleweight, welterweight, middleweight, light heavyweight, and heavyweight. Now you got all these different divisions.
Yeah, I think it's easier. I think it's better. I think you get fighters not having to cut weight, especially when you're getting punched in the head. I don't care what sport it is. If you're cutting a lot of weight and getting punched in the head and your body's 90% water or whatever it is, like I feel like you should stay hydrated. One of the hardest things to rehydrate is your brain. And that's why people get knocked around a lot. And it's like, no, I don't want people cutting weight that much. I'd rather just have them stay close to whatever weight that they're by, and then you don't have as many issues. And then if they want to be champion and move around and they have, control of the division or something like that, then they have that option later.
You all, by the way, Jake Hagar, or formerly known as Jake Hagar, aka Jack Swagger, is being pulled from cards for stuff that he said in the past. Jack Swagger was former WWE. I think he was former ECW champion, former champion of some of the stuff. He's now being pulled from events because of stuff that he said in the past, and people are pissed about it. People are pissed that stuff that he said, not him being pulled.
I haven't followed most of the wrestling stuff.
Yeah, and you also have, we also had a death in our we had a death in the Bolenbergs, Jacob. We lost Donald Lord.
What's that? Donald
We
Lord?
lost the sheriff.
Oh, yeah, no, I heard about that. Yeah, no, I was kind of upset about it because, well, not just because of the loss, but because the last time him and Kenny Bolin talked, it seemed like he was just talking mad smack. Kenny Bolin was. And it was just recently over on Pesci's show. And then the guy died a few days later or something.
Yeah.
It was just, I don't know.
Is it against the
What's that?
rules to use it? Is it against the rules to use drones?
Drones? For
Yeah,
what?
like drone strikes in these fights.
In the fights? Yeah, I
He's
would assume in
asking.
the fights.
By the way, I actually was
Oh,
thinking
the building's
because
still there. I just looked.
hey, Michael, can I tell you something? I love that Matt Hardy had Vanguard 1. He had the drone Vanguard 1 Matt Hardy did. I was thinking about getting one and say Hudson Guard 1, Hudson Guard 1. Get a drone and call it Hudson Guard 1.
So I don't know if I got your call. Who do you think's gonna win, and what round you got him in, Jake?
I think
For the Tyson versus Jake Paul.
I gotta say that it's got to be a decision. It's going to decision, and JP is going to win this one. It's going to decision.
It's gonna go all 8 rounds.
Yeah,
So it'll be 20-minute fight. So we got 8 2-minute rounds.
yeah. But the thing is what I'm worried about is eight. I thought it was 10 2-minute rounds.
No, it's 8. I think. Pretty sure.
You said he was going for 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, maybe it's 16 minutes then. My bad. Let me see.
You're bad. You're mad with math. You're bad with math.
No, I know. I thought it was a 20-minute fight for some reason. I thought I saw a 20-minute fight, and then I did the math in my head as soon as you said that, and I was like, oh yeah, 16. But yeah, it doesn't say it, but I thought it was 8 2-minute rounds for sure. So it must be 16 minutes. That's not even a long fight. That's a real short fight.
Yeah,
that's more in favor of Mike Tyson, I would believe, because the longer it goes, the more advantage Jake would have. I assume Jake has a better gas tank than Mike over.
Mud Rabbit says he's going to do a show with Prop. Enjoy the fight. Who's Prop?
Oh, she mods for a bunch of different channels, and it just means she's going over to one of the other channels.
Yeah.
I don't know which prop it was. I don't know which
Hey,
person it was.
so what do you think about like now? It's like, would you run in 2028, Mr. McIntosh? Would you run?
Um, I think I've said that, you know, I'm not really ever going to be running for president. It's just, it seems like the way that it's done is not really how it should be done anymore.
Sorry for
It's just
asking
not.
this because you got people like Andre Little that adore you, and then Michael McIntosh this, Michael McIntosh that. That's my hero.
Actually, Pesci said the other day, he said he's never voted before. And he said, but if he was to vote, he would vote for Michael McIntosh. Pesci said that the
Yeah.
other day on the election night.
But he's also, by the way, I've never voted in an election.
Why
Mm.
not?
I won't. Because I don't want to do jury duty.
Oh, doesn't everybody have to do jury duty? Don't you? Either way, you have to register to do that, don't you? I think you're already registered just having an address. I'm pretty sure.
No, people say
Like as long as you're a citizen.
that I don't have a driver's license. I don't have a driver's license.
Do you have a state
I'm not.
ID? It's the same thing.
I have a state, but
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same number. If you look at your state ID and your driver's license number, it's just got different letters in front of it, but it's the same. It's the same number.
yeah.
Interesting.
But
Yeah, you're on a list somewhere, Jake. Don't worry.
yeah. You know what? I'm
Yeah,
always on a
we
list.
know where you are.
Right.
Yeah.
And they
Did
probably
I
got your
say-
security number, social security number, and everything.
Yeah.
You probably got
Anytime you
chips in
receive
your
money.
brain.
So
and
are you the real Michael
all kinds of stuff.
McIntosh? Are you the real Michael McIntosh?
Um, there's a lot of people named Michael McIntosh, so yeah.
I've never
But
met
which-
any other Michael McIntoshes. You're the only Michael McIntosh I've ever heard about, to be fair.
Well, it's yeah. I guess as an American, it's not a very common name, but if you look around the world, it's actually a very common name.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about a lot of the illegal fishing that's happened?
The which?
The illegal fishing, like these people that are coming in and stealing fish from quotas, like the Russians are coming in and stealing crab from the Alaskans.
Oh yeah. Well,
fish and crabs.
you know, I own horses. Actually, I own a lot of land out west and stuff, and there are horses on it. And
Yeah.
there have been reports of horses just disappearing and ending up in places like China,
Yeah.
through Mexico and stuff.
There's a lot of illegal fish. There's people
Jake.
that are.
Jake, you gotta fix your microphone. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me
Go in
now?
and out. But it's hurting my
Can you-
ears every time
Yeah.
you go in and out.
I
Can
think.
you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if it's illegal, then why would it be good?
No, people. What they're doing is that they are coming in. They're coming on our border, and they're coming. The Russians are coming through our border, through Alaska's border, because Alaska's on the Russian border.
Are they
Right.
Are they fishing? Like if they're staying in the water, I assume we don't own the water.
We don't own the water, but there's also people that are coming from Canada
Mhm.
going to the Washington border to go fishing in Washington. There's people from Mexico are fishing the Texas waters with.
If they're fishing,
with-
if they're fishing,
with
yeah, if
illegal
they're fishing the
nets.
waters, I think there's still.
What about the fishermen that are sending their net from Mexico to the United States and the Rio Grande, and they're catching people in illegal in Texas? It's illegal for seine net in the gill nets.
Well, there are international waters, so that obviously needs to be looked at. I mean, I don't know the
Yeah.
exact.
Where does
boundary
maritime
of what's
law?
legal,
Where does
of course.
maritime law fall into? The stuff that's not considered regulated waters. Because I guarantee it's like so many miles off the coast is regulated by the United States, but I don't know how far.
Yeah. That all ends up being very complicated because maritime legislation extends to a lot of places that you don't think they would necessarily extend to, like even on the land.
Yeah.
So
Sorry if I'm talking about a lot of this. I know that we instead of focusing on like the stuff that doesn't matter, like the porcelain in the White House, we need to focus on like stuff that needs to matter, like the people that are losing their jobs over the non-quota. That people Russian is getting quota that were supposed to be for the United States.
What kind of quota are you talking about?
Crab quota, king crab quota.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. I wouldn't. There's other
They're,
ways that we
they're,
can stimulate the economy besides worry about the crab game. I mean, I
also,
guess some
and
Boston people
also,
might be upset, but
what about if it happens to lobsters in the north, lobsters and the swordfishing fleet that is in Massachusetts?
I don't worry about the U.S.'s mass fishing problem. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
if there's a bunch of different countries that are overfishing, I'm not gonna be like, oh, poor U.S. that you guys can't mass fish too. Like I don't know. Well,
You
we're
know,
talking about
yeah.
whole countries and selling it back to the people. Like either way, it seems like
what about
a
the
little
tuna
bit.
fishes and the tuna fish, the bluefin tuna fish?
What
I don't.
about them? Is there an issue? Is there some kind
The,
of issue?
there's someone's mic. Is that my mic?
No, it looked like Michael was moving his real quick.
Yeah. By the way, I like that picture. I like that picture of Jacob Hyde, and that doesn't look like you, Jacob.
Doesn't look like me. I think it looks
You're not.
exactly like me.
You're not. You're not skinny.
I'm pretty skinny. How much do you think I weigh?
Like 200.
No, you're off by about 50 pounds.
I think we have bigger issues than the crab fishing industry and lobster industry, but I
Exactly.
do
I would worry
think
about our borders in a different way.
What about
I wouldn't be
oil? What
worried
about
about.
oil? What about the West Texas oil field? What about the oil field? Our oil is being sent overseas.
Yeah, I think we should worry about our own oil and our reserves in Alaska that we've never tapped, and I think we could worry about our own stuff and probably get off the Middle Eastern supply of oil. That's kind of the goal here.
I
Yeah.
have a ranch in West Texas and there's nobody sending my oil anywhere. I can tell you that. I don't know where you heard that, but
No.
I bet there's companies that are. I bet there's
There's
some companies
company.
that are.
I watched the show Black Gold. You ever heard of
Did you hear
Black
about Jake?
Gold?
Did you hear about all the Chinese? They say that the Chinese government's buying up farmland in the United
Yeah.
States. Some of them are growing pot, and some of them aren't, and they're all happen to be next to military bases. I was like, I'm like,
yeah.
how are you guys not like seeing this? And like, it's not that they're just Chinese people, but it has to be people from the Chinese government. It's not that they're just Chinese people and they're buying up, random farmland. Because I'm all about that, but it's like why are companies buying up this land next to airfields?
Yeah. By the way, are you going fishing this weekend, Jacob?
No, it's been too cold around here, man. It's getting to like 38 at night.
Oh,
Like,
by the way, Noelle's been live every night.
yeah, I saw a couple of them. I haven't seen her over here in a while, but yeah, every once in a while I stop in over there and say hi. I try to catch everybody here and there, but
I
I'm not on
heard that
YouTube
she
as
showed
much.
herself. I heard she went on a panel and showed herself.
I think a lot of people lie about her. I don't know what. I don't know. I couldn't imagine her doing that.
When does he fight?
He doesn't fight for two more fights. We're 2 fights into the main card, and it's a
Uh,
5-fight card. Got a few more fights to go.
so we're not.
I think you'll find that a lot of stuff that people say is a problem isn't a real problem, and that a lot of stuff that people will ignore is actually a problem. That's what I
Hey,
find.
Miss Jody. Is that Miss Jody?
That is Miss Jody, Jake.
And can I put something in here?
Yeah, the things up there. You be careful with it. It's the ones white, but they're like rocks, so you're gonna have to break them. But I have the poker. Yeah,
I have that.
here. But yeah,
Tell
Miss
Miss
Jody.
Jody.
Miss Jody's. All right, Miss Jody says hi, Jake.
Yeah. So I think he's trying to do something with his wife.
Who, me? No, I was
Yeah.
just grabbing. I was just grabbing something. Told you I'm not married. Stop calling her my wife.
Then you stop calling me your wife.
I only call you that at home, not on the internet.
Oh.
You want me to call you my wife on the internet? You want to be my internet wife?
Okay.
The thing is,
Real life wife.
Exactly.
When you create problems that aren't really problems, then you get people distracted from the real problems. And 9 times out of 10, it's the people who don't want you to focus on what are actually the problems are the ones causing them. So it's sort of like that. You really have to.
Yes, of course.
It's almost like you're being gaslighted 24 hours a day, 7 days
All
a
right,
week,
hey,
especially
Jacob.
if you.
What's up, Jake?
Jacob, I gotta run, brother. I gotta run.
Well, thank you for stopping in, man. I appreciate it.
Nice to meet you, Mr. McIntosh. The real McIntosh.
Likewise.
Bye, guys.
Later.
Later.
But yeah, no, I agree. You kind of have to focus on the thing, and that's the problem. Is a lot of people want to distract you about what the main issues are, and they want to keep you focused on what like. I think that's some of the things that were obvious in this election of what was important to people over what wasn't, and people took it the wrong way. They were like, "Oh, this means men don't care about women." It's like, no, that's not what this means. It just means abortion wasn't the number one issue that was on the plate when people were talking about this election. There's a lot more things on the plate. There's the economy, the fact that the cost of living is just insane. Like people are having trouble, living, and they're not thinking about other things.
Yeah, I think Trump has proven that policy is where, as voters, Americans generally look at because, like, let's be honest, does anybody actually really like Donald Trump as a person? I mean, I'm sure there are people who do like him as a person, and I'm sure he has qualities about him that are likable. Everybody does to some extent, but you have to be honest in saying that, maybe he's just not really a very nice or likable person, but and
I don't think I don't think you have to be in order to do that job correctly.
Right.
Like sometimes you just have to be efficient. Like that's what's more important here.
Right. It's also about policy. I mean, it's not that people didn't vote for Kamala Harris because they hate women or hate Indians or whatever. It's like what were her policy issues? What were her lines of policy? And it had nothing to do with what most people are dealing with. And Trump spoke to the ordinary person. He actually spoke to the ordinary Americans and what we're dealing with on a daily basis. And
is there some?
That's why he won. It's very simple. And if he doesn't deliver, then sorry.
There's like a weird tapping coming through. I'm not sure what it is.
Weird.
Sounds like somebody knocking on the door.
Might be Andre Little.
But yeah, no. Jake Hudson famously banned Andre Little from his chat because he's like, Michael McIntosh. Yep. I don't even know Michael McIntosh, and Andre Little always says he's going to be president, and he eventually banned Andre because he kept saying McIntosh 2024.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but what are you gonna do?
Exactly. What can you do?
There's only so much, realistically.
Okay, I feel like there's very little.
That's probably
Canadian
more
Patriots as President
accurate.
McIntosh. Even Michael
President of
Moody's in the
Canada.
crowd saying Macintosh 2028. Oh no, Canadian Patriots from Canada. Would
Yeah.
be Prime Minister Macintosh?
Well, no, because when we annex Canada, um, I can be president of the United States of North America, which will include all of Canada. How do you like that?
There you go.
Hmm.
Just storm the country and take it over.
Yeah. Well, I did used to live there. We might as well take it over. So
We got to work our way to Rome. We're going to the Vatican.
well, we'll be going there first, and then we can go to Ottawa
And then just
afterwards.
work our way back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, half of our military is already in Europe, so we might as well make use of that. Um, I mean, we have bases in Germany, we have bases in Italy, we have bases in France, we have bases in Poland now. There, with bases in Britain. What is there a European country where we don't have military bases? I can't
Probably
think
not.
of one. Um, I don't think there is.
Or we call it something else.
Yeah.
Whatever, I feel like there's military fractions that even at all of our embassies and stuff as well.
Yep. Um, Even a country like Ireland, where it's very neutral, it's not NATO aligned. Like there are Irish military bases with just stocked with American personnel and artillery. So it's like they're basically American bases, just not in name. So
Well, how else are we going to funnel our old weapons into all of the hands of these other militias?
yeah.
What's what's the point of being in the U.S. government if you can't support other militias elsewhere via the CIA?
Well, I I've spent a good bit of time in Europe, and I have to say I believe the United States does a really effective job in keeping Europe from exploding into conflict because when you have United States military in every country, it's going to deter countries from fighting against each other because it's like you got American support in in countries that don't necessarily historically like or agree with each other, but they're both getting support from the United States on some level. So it's like, oh well, we got that in common. We might as well try to work together on some level. It's almost like it's almost like how maybe say back in the 1700s, New Jersey and New York, or New York and Connecticut. These were different colonies, and they
Yeah.
didn't
I think
necessarily
that's what
all.
gave them. I think that's what gave them their rivalries and made them prosper individually. Like when you have those people next to you and they're doing
Yeah,
something well, and you want to do something different. That's what's great about states, and
yeah,
they should be competing in a lot of things. Like we want to have a better economy than the people next to us, or we want to be
yeah.
doing
But
this better. Or,
right, but there's only ever been one civil war, and it was. I mean, it was pretty horrible, but it was only ever one.
but I think it was
It's
over
like,
a lot. I think it was over a lot more than what people think it was over too. I don't think it was just
yeah,
over slavery like
slavery.
people think. I don't know why I
Yeah,
can't talk.
yeah. It definitely had a lot to do with the past history from before the country was founded and um, structural issues regarding the foundation of the country itself. But
Yeah,
it, you know, like America doesn't really fight with itself. We tend to work things out and work on common goals and interests. And I think. I mean,
I don't
looking
know.
at the history.
I think when it comes to the divide in the populace now, I think we're just as close to a civil war with the spread of information as we ever have been in the past. Just because I think we're so divisive because of the way that the
Mm,
media portrays things, they want us in a constant state of panic, and I
yeah,
think
that is
that the media
definitely.
has a big influence on a lot of people.
People definitely want. It's the old divide and conquer tactic. If you divide people against each other, then it's easier to conquer them, and that's what some people want to continue happening. And they did it in Europe for a long time, hundreds of years, thousands of years, 1,000 years maybe longer. And it's unfortunately the influence is in the United States, and so but with, but there's also an abundance of information to counter that as well. So it's sort of like not, not impossible, but it's more difficult for a conflict to happen inside the United States with itself inside North America.
And that's why I was pointing
Mm,
out in this election it was such a big thing to happen because if you look, the Democrats are really worried about Donald Trump's presidency, and they're worried about him going against his political opponents. When we
yeah,
watched for the last 4 years what happens when the U.S. government works with the media
yeah,
or people of the entertainment business, I guess, and silences what they're allowed to say. Like I watched so many people in the last 4 years get banned off of social media
yeah,
because of what should be more of a freedom of speech issue, and it turned out to be the FBI was telling people like you have to lie about this. Like I don't understand. Like for I think it was big that Mark Zuckerberg actually came out and said something like, "No, I was told by the FBI that I couldn't talk about these things and I couldn't do these things," and they had to silence it on so many different platforms. Like if I think we'd be in such a different landscape if Elon Musk didn't buy X. I think there's a lot of things that have happened recently that are really big for um, getting other opinions out there besides the mainstream narrative because I've watched
mhm,
everybody outside of the mainstream narrative get silenced for the last 4 years. And I think that's why the left is worried about it now. But I don't think Donald Trump is going to want to go censor other stations or anything like that. Like, I don't think he's going to go out of his way to shut places down for their speech or anything like that.
yeah. I don't know. I don't think Trump is really particularly interested in that. It seems to me like it was a talking point, and
Well, I think it was a big one for
that's
him
all it
because
is.
as a sitting president, he was getting taken off of basically what you'd call the town squares in some of these social media, you know,
Mhm.
platforms. Like it's weird to just be like, all right, we're going to ban the sitting president right now, and his way of communicating with everybody is no longer available. Like that's what he used to do to talk to the public, pretty much.
That's true.
So I think it
Um,
can be used as a form of censorship if the community's relying on it. It almost becomes, our modern day town square where you'd get your information. And it's all right. He had to create Truth Social because of it. Like
yeah,
now he's got a whole new platform. I think Rumble's doing big things, and I think it's good that X was bought out. And then we saw some of the nefarious things that were going on with X, like especially what Elon Musk revealed in some of the business deals that. When they were selling the company. What they had to reveal was quite shocking.
yeah. Well, I'm still not on Twitter or X, as you may call it. Um, I got I got booted off there when it was during the purge, as they call it, and I haven't been back on it
That
since.
means you. I was going to say that means you can go back and all. It's funny because since the election, a bunch of left wing people have publicly announced on Twitter that they're no longer going to be on Twitter.
Yeah,
So
I, yeah, I was kicked. It's weird. I was kicked up there before Donald Trump. So
No, I know. But now they've unbanned people like Alex Jones. They've unbanned almost everybody. Donald Trump doesn't even really talk over there anymore. He was unbanned, but now he uses his own thing where he knows he's not going to get silenced.
Yeah.
And he's making some of his cabinet calls. He said a lot of people are saying if you don't see the post coming from Truth Social and from Donald Trump, then don't believe it, because there's so many fakes. Like everybody's just making all this fake stuff, AI generated, and putting it out and saying it's him. Or it's so weird.
My primary social media thing is a website called Gab now.
Okay.
It's a gab.com/real Michael McIntosh. Borrowed from Donald Trump as a tongue-in-cheek reference, but because it's
a lot
a
of people
free
do
speech
that.
platform,
Use,
you can say
real in
whatever.
front of their,
Yeah.
Because people always try to buy the domains and then try to sell them back to people. So everybody will fix one, and we're just like, all right, just add a little something to it.
I use I don't really post on Facebook anymore. I do have a Facebook profile, but I don't post anything on it because it just gets blocked and banned and everything. I use gab.com/real Michael McIntosh, and that's it. It's a company out of Pennsylvania run by a guy who is an evangelical Christian person and is very pro free speech. Doesn't block, ban, censor anything unless it's very seriously illegal.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
like
I mean,
you know,
as long as you're not like, when it comes to freedom of speech, I think if people lost touch of what it really means in the United States, as long as you're not calling for, violence against somebody else or trying to hurt other people with your language. Like, it's one thing if you offend somebody. That's not different as like calling for violence against somebody or a call to action. There's a level to things.
Yeah.
Before
I agree.
speech even needs to be looked at. Like, there's gonna be plenty of opinions on the internet that I don't agree with, but just because I don't agree with them doesn't mean I have the right to be upset about them.
Yeah, or force them to be shut down. You don't really have the right.
I wouldn't want the same to happen to me. There's plenty of people that probably don't agree with me.
Yeah.
About a lot of things.
I don't agree with 99% of what I read. It's just, but I believe people have the right to express those opinions and viewpoints, and that's completely fine. That's
exactly.
You're allowed to do that. That's what free speech is. So you can be completely wrong for all I care. Doesn't matter to me. You have the right to be wrong.
It's true.
So, and so the idea of fact checking and
well, it's like I've always wanted a little less government regulation rather than more government regulation. I don't think it's the government's job to protect us against ourselves for the most part. I feel like the government should, local government is so much important. Like, the federal government shouldn't be in charge of things. Like, there's so much that I want to be decided on the state level where there's so much more transparency. You're not worried about, like, I shouldn't have to worry about issues that are going on in California. Like, that's not my concern. I should be worried about issues that are going on in Illinois. Like, I shouldn't be worried so much about California issues or New York issues. Like, none of that shit is relevant to me. When I could probably spend my time and money, focused on something way more important. Especially if we're just talking about agriculture. Like, if I was hearing about wildfires in California and that was the only thing on my news, wouldn't it be more important that I knew, like, oh, all the farms in Illinois, like, they're lacking nitrogen and they're stuck in this money loop with Monsanto in order to keep all of these fields paid for, and then the nitrogen prices shoot up and farmers are dealing with all that. Like, we should know about what's going on in the Midwest rather than I don't know. Local news isn't local news anymore unless it's something dramatic and they have to scare the public with it.
Yeah, it's very politicized and sways attempts to sway people towards political action on a federal level, and that's really what a lot of it is. It's paid for by one agenda or another, and you'll get a writer for that station. Like, say for instance, I wanted to be a writer for a TV station or a news show. I'd have to be politically aligned in some way in order to even get my foot in the door
Yeah.
first. And so you know that then um, you're just getting political agenda on one viewpoint or another, and you're not getting factual, objective reporting. You're just getting something that's designed to try to sway you.
Yeah. Well, and it's hard even for anchors or anybody working for these networks to be non-biased. Like if they know about anything that's going on, like there has to be some, it has to bleed out in what they're reading and what they're talking. Like most of the time, you can tell somebody's political views from talking to them long enough. But
Yeah.
what were you saying, Gonzo? You Trump people have short memories. What did we miss? I'm not a
Who's
Trump person, by the way. I've never
who's
voted
a
for Trump.
who's a Trump person?
Right. I've never actually voted for Trump. I told you guys, I because I live in Illinois and because I know how elections work, I wrote in the woman I would like to be president, and it was Hillary Clinton. I wrote her in for the election this year because I do want a woman president. I just don't think it should be Kamala Harris.
You know who's going to make a great woman president?
Uh, um, uh, Martin Luther King's granddaughter.
Her as well. But this woman I know from Pennsylvania named Crystal McIntosh.
But wouldn't Martin Luther King's daughter be the first? And she's African American?
We'll see. I guess. I guess we will see. But I do think my wife would make an excellent president, and I think she would be a better president than me.
I think you're working to make a monarchy if if it works out the way that it's supposed to. You might
Nah,
they might worry about you like one of them Rockefellers.
nah. I'm like the opposite. I would be
He
like
had
the
two kids.
opposite.
Actually, I had to clarify something. So when the law changes around 2070, where there's not a, sorry, when the law changes around the year 270 and they change the term limits, who's in charge of changing the term limits? Who does that?
I don't have any idea like how and who is going to do exactly what. I just have a sense of what general direction we kind of need to direct focus if we want to basically just survive, really. And hopefully we can figure out ways to thrive along the way. I have some good ideas in that regard, and I know there are plenty of other people who do too, and we should
I think
definitely
it's I think it's
try to.
Michael, not Michelle. Michael.
Mhm.
Michael Moody. I think it's pronounced Michael.
Oh,
I don't
Michael
know.
Robinson.
No, Obama.
So this is yeah, and this is part of the narrative that they want to keep us trapped in, which is throwing mud at one side of the aisle or the other. I mean, you got
Exactly.
it's pointless and fruitless, and it doesn't help the country or people in any way, shape, or form. It's just
No,
you're
I've already told
locking
people
us in.
if you look at it like these are not the best people we have to offer. I've never seen an election where I was like, oh, these are the two of the smartest people we have to offer. No, I've never thought that. I
Yeah,
feel like whenever we're voting in the election, we have the two shiniest turds up here.
yeah.
Like, why are we picking from these people? These aren't smart people. I
No,
still feel that way between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. I don't think these are the best people to run the country.
yeah.
You're kidding me. That's
I
not the
really
best we
don't
have to
either.
offer.
I really don't either, and I haven't felt that way since looking at Ronald Reagan in the '80s. You know what I mean? Maybe like yeah, okay, Bill Clinton was a smart guy. He was a Democrat. So what? I don't care. He was a decent guy. He was an intelligent person. He still is an intelligent person. Um, you know, and I think George Bush Sr. was an intelligent man who obviously
I
made
think he
some.
was a, I think he was a con man, but
Mm, yeah.
he definitely was in
How
deep though.
so?
Don't get me wrong. He had a lot of control over that. I think he had too much control. I
Yeah.
think that's what it was. And I think he wanted to be in control of things and not have other people involved in what was going on. And a lot of people got,
Yeah.
excommunicated from the government when they weren't a Bush or when they weren't, of a
Yeah.
certain lineage.
Yeah. You're right. I can remember that far back. I was only a teenager when he was president, and even then, I could sense some very serious insincerity on his part. Um, and it's hard for me to say that because he was from Massachusetts and he was a Republican. But I
Monkaroo says Team Jake Paul tonight, and he's got the rainbow flag.
yeah, I used to drive by the house that George Bush Sr. grew up in. Like
Is it a ranch or was it actually a house?
it's a house. It's well for it's a sort of it's not huge, but it's a big enough kind of suburban house in the Boston area in a town
Oh,
called
okay.
Milton.
But they were always like a Texas oil family.
Well, he moved down there, and that's why his son had a Texas accent. But his son wasn't even born in Texas. He was born in Connecticut.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but yeah, those guys moved to California initially, and then moved to Texas.
There was this weird thing that I heard about Beau Biden the other
Hmm.
day. I didn't realize that before he passed away, his big thing when he came back and when he didn't, his father was moving up to the Senate and he was supposed to take a spot in local government, and then he didn't end up taking the next spot because all of a sudden before he went missing, he was trying to stop something he had figured out was sex trafficking and just trafficking in general, and that was going to be his top issue that he was going to worry about. And then all of a sudden, he went like he had passed away after that. I was
Hmm.
like, oh, it's interesting, because he he had different motives prior to that, and all of a sudden he had found something out. I don't know if it was in when he was serving or what. When he found out more information about it, he was just like, "Oh, this is going to be my focus as a politician." And then it was interesting. I don't know. I just heard something recently about that. I didn't know much about Beau Biden besides the little bit that Joe Biden remembers and tells everybody.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him. I
No,
never even no, not a single thing. I just know about that he's a topic of conversation with people for some reason, and
true.
I never met the guy, and he's died. So I would then question anything that anybody says about him because I know, what people do after somebody dies is they always try to sort of use them as a some way to try to prove something or other. I don't know. So it's just you can't necessarily believe what you hear about dead people.
No, I know. I was going off of some of the articles that were talking about him, not just people talking about him. I try to back up what I say with. I was actually pulling it up in the background at the same time,
Okay.
but yeah, I didn't know anything about him. The
Yeah.
little bit I had just heard recently was about a couple of things, and it actually has dates and times on it. But
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure that it is something substantial, but I've never seen. I don't know anything about that stuff. I'd like to know about it. I guess maybe it would be
it'd be
of
interesting
interest.
if he
But
was going to be the whistleblower of the family, and then all of a sudden something happened.
mm,
That's why I thought it was significant. That's what I got from it. I was like, wait a minute, this is a little fishy.
yeah, interesting.
Let me see if I can pull it up because I think I either liked it or reposted it on my profile
Mm,
because I definitely thought it was interesting.
yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. I don't know if. All right. Yeah, it's like a quick 4-minute video. Let me see if I can pull it up. I don't want you to catch anything out. Twitter's a wild and untamed place, and I don't want to catch anybody off guard. Make sure there's nothing else on here.
You know, I don't know Conor McGregor either, by the way, just so you know.
No, I know.
Even though,
figured that was a myth.
although it
Of
is
all the,
interesting, my mother is from the same neighborhood as him.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah,
Or are you being
really.
facetious? Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not kidding. My mother is from a part of Dublin called the zip code is Dublin 12, and Conor McGregor is also from Dublin 12.
All right, you ready? Tell me what you think of this.
But they don't know each other either. It's a pretty big area of the city, so.
It's a short video.
Okay, I've done 2 live streams about this topic, but I don't think anyone's listening to me. Okay. How do I do this in under 3 minutes? Okay. Beau Biden, the eldest son of Joe Biden, who died in 2015 from a very aggressive form of brain cancer called a glioblastoma, okay, which Joe Biden has always suggested that the reason he got the glioblastoma was because of his time that he was stationed overseas in the Middle East during the Iraq-Afghan War, right, 2006 to 2008, when he was there. He was in the National Guard or the something, right? He was in the military, the point is. Anyways, at the time, though, he was also the Attorney General, right, for Delaware, for like, I don't know, nearly 10 years till he died, essentially 2006 onward. And he was supposed to become the senator of Delaware, just like his father, Joe Biden. But in 2008, Obama wins presidency and he picks Joe Biden to be his vice president, meaning he has to leave his seat as the senator of Delaware. And they all thought, and everyone thought, that Joe Biden was going to become the senator, obviously filling his father's footsteps because he's the golden child. That's what he was born to do, right? And what does he do when that happens? Instead of deciding, I want to run for Senate, it's not like he ran and lost. He didn't run. But why didn't he run? They're like the Bidens, right? But no, he didn't run because he was in the middle of a case, a huge case, and his whole life had changed, and he had become focused on one passion, and one passion only. And that passion was to end child trafficking and end child sex abuse, right? Because he got a case. The case that he got was he threw himself into it like you would never believe, okay? And it was the most prolific, they called him the most prolific child rapist in the American history. Way worse than Jeffrey Epstein. This guy was a pediatrician with access to 7,000 children. 1,400 families came forward with allegations. 200 were caught, some of them on videotape. He had a toy dungeon underneath his pediatrician practice, and this went on for decades, right? And so Beau Biden was like, I'm not having it, and puts the whole book down on this guy. And as AG, make sure the guy gets 16 consecutive life sentences plus 165 years, right? Just bam. And he wasn't done. There was another case, a totally different case, that involved the heir to DuPont Chemical raping his own 3-year-old daughter and apparently also his son, right? So it was a long battle with that one. They had problems with the allegations, not having such young witnesses, and all these other problems, right? But he still gets the guy to plead guilty to raping his own daughter, 3-year-old daughter, right? Even though the judge goes way too light on him. That was Beau Biden's passion. Passion was ending it. Ending child trafficking, ending child abuse, sexual child abuse. That was his passion. Does nobody understand that? That he tried and convicted the country's most prolific pedophile. Like how did I not know that? And that he got the heir to DuPont Chemical to plead guilty to raping his own daughter. Okay, so now you know that about Beau Biden, right? Maybe we all learned something. Maybe everyone knew and I just didn't know. Okay, but here's the point I'm getting to. How can you have a son, being Joe Biden, how can you have a son like Beau Biden, whose passion, literally till the day that he died, was protecting children at all costs? You know, he visited 25,000 plus children in the state of Delaware through the school system, educating them on how to report crimes and how to, discuss this with their parents and teachers to report when they were being abused. He started the Beau Biden Foundation for protecting children, which still runs today, which his wife still runs. Now, knowing that that's his passion, how strongly passionate he was for it, you, as president, you have fumbled your son so much. Not only did you let your degenerate other fucking younger son, sleep with his wife, Beau Biden's wife, and you just let that go. You let that just whatever, right? You let him do whatever. But that's not even what sucks. Poor Beau, right? But he's the son, the guy who tried the most prolific child abuse case in our country's history. His father is the president of the world's largest child trafficking ring right now, involving the United States government and over 300,000 missing immigrant children, some that have undoubtedly ended up in the hands of child traffickers and organ harvesting and all sorts of crazy stuff. How could you be that guy and say you love your son? And not to mention, Joe Biden's wife, Jill, sits on the board for Save the Children, and Save the Children is under investigation by the government of Guatemala for child trafficking and child abuse. How can these things be a reality? How is your mind not blown? Like, maybe it's just me.
Yeah, I didn't know Beau Biden was doing those things. To be fair, I mean, I don't know about the other allegations against blaming all of those things on Biden, but I mean, I don't know how much he even knows about what's going on with that stuff and what's not going on with that stuff. I don't know how much Joe Biden is actually involved with making decisions, but I also didn't know that that was Beau's passion, and like that's what he had dedicated his time to.
Yeah, I didn't know that either, but
Makes
I
me
do
think
know that-
differently about him.
yeah, I do know that there is a history of people who have sort of adopted that particular subject as a crusade, and stuff happens to them. There is a history of that. Like for example, you may have heard of the singer Chris Cornell
Yeah.
or Chester Bennington from Linkin Park, from the band
Mhm.
Linkin Park. These guys were friends, and they both knew a lot about that, and they were working together before both of them died to make information that they had acquired throughout their lives more available to the general public, and then suddenly they were both dead.
Yeah.
So
No,
it's,
we're learning that, and there's a lot being opened up with what's going on with Puff Daddy, but not. I think it's just leading to more and more questions because I think it's going to do just like Epstein did, and like a lot of people think Puff Daddy's in jail. I think when you're talking about these people that have so much money, for some reason I don't think they're in jail. I don't know. I believe other things. I believe that it'd be easy. So let's not even go down the crazy conspiracy route. Let's just go down the slight conspiracy route. I know back when we were talking about weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East, we used to talk about how many duplicate people that were hired by Osama bin Laden as well as Saddam Hussein that were just paid people that looked exactly like him that they would have be in other places at the same time as he was somewhere else. Not only does it create alibis, but you could be doing whatever you want. And you're going to tell me these celebrities can't pay somebody that looks like them to be somewhere else? Like, I don't know. I don't believe it.
yeah,
Just like I didn't believe that Epstein was in a high security prison where he was on suicide watch. They were checking on him every, I don't know, half hour to an hour. And all of a sudden the cameras didn't work. And all of a sudden he was able to do this and he was able to do that. And then all of a sudden he's dead. And it's just like, no, I don't believe all of these things. Some of these, I see a lot of red flags. I can't tell people what's going on because I don't know. But I can go, oh, okay, there's a lot of red flags here that don't make sense without
Yeah.
jumping into conclusions about it.
yeah. There's a lot of stuff you can think about and go, well, is this some part of some bigger thing that that we're just really not getting the information about? That's just you know, are people are all of these people going into like witness protection or something of that nature? Do they come across information that could be?
Or are they snitching? Or are they snitching on other people to get themselves out? Maybe they have other people that, that's how all of these. It seems like investigations work. The more people you tell on, the you get out of it. Depending on if you're the highest person up or whatever. And I don't
Yeah.
think P. Diddy's the only one involved in this stuff. Like when you're looking at these people that are the highest ones up or pretty high up in the system, you're like, or an Epstein, think about how many people are under them. There's got to be hundreds of thousands. Like it doesn't just happen with one guy. It's so weird.
Yeah. Well, it's an, trafficking is obviously a network by its very nature.
I think the Serrano fight and the Taylor fight is up next. Getting ready to start. So one more fight until the main card. Still waiting on that main card. I mean, on the main event.
Nobody expects a left jab, by the way.
Nobody expects it. I think Jake's going to be using the jab the whole time to keep distance. He's got a reach advantage on Mike, and you don't want Mike inside on you. So if Jake wants to win it all, he has to keep Mike away from him and try to tire him out. That might be his only way of attack here. I would assume. You got several inch reach advantage. Try to keep Mike away and keep circling outside with a jab.
I'm left-handed.
You're left-handed? You do
Yeah.
a left-handed jab then? No.
I'm a left-handed fighter. I'm not a very physically intimidating person, but my brain works differently.
Oh. I still wouldn't. I would jab with my right if I was left-handed.
Mhm.
My left hand would be my power hand. That'd be my cross.
It's very hard to win a fight against a left-handed person if you're
What
not
up, Hermione?
left-handed.
Hope you're doing
This
well
is
tonight,
why
sir. Oh, he said, I hope Mike Tyson kicks Jake Paul's ass. Yeah, I think we all hope that, Herman. That's what we're all hoping for tonight. We need this.
this is why many of our most successful commanders in chief have been left-handed.
You think
It is
it's
actually
I think it's a birth defect. I don't think it's I don't think it's a good thing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, why you think it's good?
well, the brain works differently, and you can sort of think outside of the box and strategically differently than other people, and it leads to greater success in things like military combat. If you're directing that, you have a greater chance of success. I'm sure if you look throughout history, you'll find that some of the greatest military minds were also left-handed people because
Do you have are your guitars left-handed guitars?
mostly I do have some right-handed guitars that I adapted for left-handed use, but
Do you just string them the opposite way to make it a left-handed guitar? Can you just string it the opposite way, or are the pickups different?
it depends on the guitar. It depends on the shape of the body and the intonation of the neck and this sort of thing. Sometimes I've had to really change the instrument to get it suitable for
Gotcha.
left-handed and not break over time because depending on it, like if it's like an acoustic style guitar, it can be very delicate the way it's built. Just the very nature of the body could be balanced a certain way that could only be used in a right-handed way, so you have to get a bit more detailed with the alteration. But yeah, they're only for my stuff is only for left-handed people for left-handed use, which is unfortunate because all of the best left-handed guitars were either destroyed by Jimi Hendrix or Kurt Cobain. So
No, I mean you could have them.
and then Paul
there's a
McCartney
local place.
has all the really good ones under his bed somewhere. So I got like slim pickings,
So there's a local guitar place that is in my area, and it's called Axe in Hand, and a family member of mine used to own it. I think they still have a partnership in it, but their family owns it, and they used to make guitars specifically for Paul McCartney. That was he would go there. He would travel wherever he was. The owner of Axe in Hand used to come and make custom ones for him, or he'd come to the location out here and he'd get them made for him. But yeah, he specifically made ones for Paul McCartney as well.
Mm.
So any of the
Yeah.
hidden guitars were probably made by a company that's local over here.
Yeah. I have a guitar that I think might have been Paul McCartney's in the 70s, when he was part of Wings.
I'd have to check. I bet you there's ways of telling if it came from Axe in Hand and the guy, because I know the guy's name specifically that would have made it, and all of them, they do them all by hand over here. So I know it's not factory printed. So I bet there was some kind of either number system or something that he was doing.
Yeah. I have
But if it was by Paul McCartney, I'd probably be able to check for you.
Yeah, well, I'm not even sure what year it is. It might be a 72 or a 74 Gibson Les Paul that I got in, let's see, Zeph's Guitar World in Everett, Massachusetts when I was like 16.
Do you have more than one Les Paul?
No, I've only got the one because it's
Okay.
like,
I was gonna say you did a show and showed everybody over here. I think I still have that episode up. Yeah,
I have a
it was a
couple
good
of
episode.
yeah.
We talked about music for probably like 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Well, music is the thing for me, It's my language.
Oh no, we were talking offline, and you were like, "Well, most of the time we talk about politics." I was like, "Michael, I could easily talk with you about music for 3.5 hours." I was like,
Yeah.
"That's easy," or forever. We could talk about 100 different things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know you're into music. It's like I think people get too hung up on one thing with you, whether it's the presidential thing or whether it's the time travel thing. I'm like, Michael's got all kinds of different lanes that he knows a little bit about that it's good to pick his brain about, not just one topic.
Yeah. Music is the thing for me. Like if I didn't have to deal with other stuff because, I'm a parent, I'm a husband,
Well, there's a
I gotta think
gentleman
about
there's a gentleman that watches our show who considers himself an avid punk fan, and I've always wanted him to come on when you were on here. He goes by Boss Man. I don't really address him by he calls himself Sausage or something now, but I don't really get it. But he goes by Boss Man, and his favorite band is the Ramones, and he's convinced that they're the best punk band of all time, and there's no other better band than the Ramones. And he's a pretty avid punk fan, though. He was me and him were deep diving into some music not too long ago. It was a good show.
Yeah, I like the Ramones too. They were definitely one of my influences when I started trying to form bands. Like when I was like 14, I've been writing music for a long time before I tried to start a band. But
Hey, you just dropped 50 new songs the other day and shared them with me.
yeah, we did. We've been working on. Like I have in the corner of this room I'm in. There's a tower of boxes, and they're literally full of master recordings of things that we've never finished and never released. And I've been getting to finalize some of them in the last while. So that's what I've been very productive with, is just finalizing things and getting them out online, especially.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's that album, 50 Golden Greats.
I've always thought of you as somebody that like would keep going back to a track and either working on it some more or redoing something. And
Yeah.
you seem like one of those artists that's never complete with a project. Like there's always, like, once you see it, you're like, there's more I could do.
There is. It's always like that. Like I think of like the recording that is released of something as almost like, okay, that's the start of the song, and then from the recording it can be changed, altered, expounded upon. A new version of it could be made. A new song can come out of an adaptation of that thing. Anything can happen. It's like, because I have jazz training in my vocabulary and whatnot too. So it's like it jazz can take you anywhere. Jazz is like musical freedom, and if you have the ability and the opportunity to go with that, you can do anything really. So yeah, that's how it is. So
I need more jazz in my life. There's not enough jazz artists that I actually like, though.
yeah,
But I'm a jazz fan, to be fair. Um, I'm I'm just more of a saxophone fan. I don't know. There's a lot of jazz
yeah,
music I really like, but I
yeah.
don't know. I should
Some
be more of like a like I like old school jazz, like a
mhm,
Muddy Waters or something
mhm.
something with a little more
The
funk
blues.
to it.
Yeah, like I'm a guitar player, but I listen to saxophone music. I get some of my biggest inspiration and influence from the likes of John Coltrane, um,
Oh, there you go. Coltrane. You
or
can't go wrong with Coltrane.
Miles Davis. You know, if you
Yeah.
those guys weren't just horn players; they were musicians. You know, and so I like to
Would you
think,
call Louis Armstrong jazz?
well, yeah, but he was also a musician, like he really was.
Well,
He
yeah.
was he was
He was a trumpeter.
yeah, but you know he was like his the way he worked was beyond the form that he worked in. It was music itself, which is you know not many people really get to that level anymore. It's sort of hard because you get boxed in into something and it gets hard to break out of it unless you really work hard at it, and people tend to just accept the
But
box
like
they
somebody
put
like
in them.
Miles Davis or Muddy Waters or even Louis Armstrong, like there's very few people that have like a song that you'll still see come up in movies today, like what a wonderful world or something like that, like that have just like iconic songs that outlive them, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the industry especially doesn't permit that. So you sort of, if you're a musician, which I like to think that I am, and I, I function as a musician really, but you sort of have to like you can work in the industry, but you also have to sort of step outside of it if you really want to explore that aspect of creative your creativity. You just sort of like create your own world in order to function in. And I think that's what I've tried to do also with starting up my own label when I was a teenager and making sure that even if my band was doing something commercial on some level, it was also, aside from that, in addition to that, doing something that was artistically uh, and creatively valuable.
What's the
Which is not,
from being independent or being signed with a major label, are the two
mhm.
big variables exposure and creative control, or is that the main decision maker when it comes to whether you sign with a label or not, or stay independent?
um, it's just usually about the money, you know. You gotta if
Well,
you
because I mean, exposure is important. Like if you're getting
mm,
your own royalties or whatever, and you get the exposure of a major company or a
mm,
major record label, is that an advantage? Like, is that the gambling point of being like, all right, well, it looks like a smaller amount, but my exposure is on a different level, so I would
yeah,
I would reach a bigger audience and I would make more money in the long run being, exposed to
yeah,
more people. Or do you give up too much creative control? I mean, that's where I feel like the negotiating points are. It's like
yeah,
if you have to give up control to make more money, then you're like, that's where I have to weigh out the options. It's,
yeah,
how much money is worth giving up to give away your creative control of it.
yeah. Um, I think it depends. Sometimes there are musicians who are able to do whatever they want and still get the money and exposure. But those are
And
very
these
few and far
girls,
between now.
wow, hold on a second. These girls are going to town. Wow. They are leaving everything in the ring and just wailing on each other.
Are they?
Wow. Or maybe they're showing the highlights of the last fight. But geez, that was wild. Yeah, they were showing the last rounds of their last fight. And they were just standing in the ring exchanging blows for the last like 20 seconds and just leaving everything in the ring. I like any fighter that does that. If it goes the distance, by all means, at the end, give it everything you got. If you got a little bit left in the gas tank at the end, you'll feel like you didn't do everything you had.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? I feel like if you walk away with too much energy and you didn't win, it's just like, oh, I probably should have left more out there. I shouldn't have brought all this energy home with me.
Yeah. Let's put it out.
But yeah, one more fight, and it looks like we're on the main card, I think. I don't know if there's another fight in front of the girls. Let me see. Double check. No, I think, yeah. Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano are the fight before. Amanda Serrano's record is insane. She's 47-2. And the other girl's 23-1.
Wow.
And
So
Amanda Serrano is the WBC champion, the WBA champion, the WBO champion, the IBF junior welterweight champion. Gosh, she has all the titles.
Yeah.
She sounds like a pretty good boxer. But, oh man.
My
Probably
dad was
another
a boxer.
hour. Your dad was?
Yeah, he used to. He was in a boxing club in Dublin when he was a kid, and he used to box with a guy named Philip Lynott. I don't know if you've heard of him, but
Nope.
he was the founder and singer of a famous music group called in America we call Thin Lizzy.
Yeah, no, never heard of him.
You never heard them? Okay. Well, they were pretty big in the '70s, and but this guy was in the same boxing club, but he never was a really good boxer, so he became a rock star instead, and that's what he did.
Fair enough. What did he do? Was he a singer?
Yeah, he was. He's pretty famous. Phil Lynott. Yeah, this
Gonzo
guy knows
says
who he
this
is.
Lizzie is awesome. Yeah.
Thin Lizzy.
Or no, he said Thin Lizzy. He
Boys Are
corrected
Back in
himself.
Town and stuff. And they had some pretty big hits. But,
I didn't
he
know
was
they came
the-
out with the Boys Are Back in. I didn't know who that was by, but I know that
Boys,
song.
Boys Are Back in Town. That was them. Jailbreak. Let's see what else was a big hit of theirs. They have a whole list of things actually.
But so, what does that person do in the band? Where they?
Well, he died in like 1986 or something from a drug overdose, but he was the singer and bass player and primary songwriter. But
Oh, nice.
yeah,
Okay.
my dad used to box with this guy. He was in.
I was curious because of the hand-eye coordination. I didn't know if it was like he ended up being a drummer or what. That's why I was asking. I was wondering what his position was. Like coming off of being a striker, I feel like the hand-eye coordination. If you were learning boxing before, drumming might be a good path for you. But I didn't know.
Hmm.
That's why I was curious. Stoner thought. Not sure.
Yeah, I think he ended up being a bass player because in a band nobody wants to play bass. So if you're the singer, you might as well also be the bass player because
I
nobody.
feel like
is
the
gonna-
drums and the bass lead everything. They're like they're like the, what pulls control wherever that big bass hit is, and then all the other instruments kind of fall in line of the bass that's in the back, whether it's a bass guitar or whether it's the drum bass, like wherever your main beat is. I feel like it's usually established by the bass or the drums.
Yeah. Well, that's the saying: if you have a good drummer, you have a good band. So
True.
there you go.
A good
If you
bass player
drummers-
can make a good band too.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't need it. It's just whatever's holding that main, and that's why I think some electronic people do so well. It's that it's that over. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. The rhythm down inside of it, because I think there's a lot of instruments they put on top of a beat, but the beat seems to be what leads the track. Then you
Yeah.
add, or I don't know. In writing processes, do you do a lot of vocal songs or no?
It really depends. I'm all over the place when it comes to output of music. Um,
Because I always wondered if it was easier to write the vocals and come up with the beat and stuff that follows it, or if it was easier to have a beat and be like, all right, I can write vocals to this, or what was more the writing process of it
for
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 most.
me, it often starts with maybe a guitar part, a chord progression, or a vocal melody, or I might have some lyrics that need, that I write a lot just without music in mind, and um, sometimes it's just, well, that would make a good song lyric, so what? And I try to put music to it rather than just have it be classified as poetry or something. I'll try to turn it into lyrics. Um, so, and then there's the other stuff that I do. I might sit in front of a keyboard and just play a few chords, see what comes out. Maybe it will turn into a melody. I might be sitting in front of a computer with a mouse, playing around with a digital audio workstation, and it could come up with some electronic type loops or something. Or um, I might, it could be like found sounds. I might have something in a box that I recorded 30 years ago that I forgot about, and I'll take the tape out and hook it up to the computer and see what the computer can do with it. It could be, for me, it could literally be anything that leads to the
That sparks it. Gotcha.
final. Yeah, because I have, yeah, bass. I might be playing a bass and come up with a bass line. I could have just a drum beat, some kind of drum beat in my head or whatever. It could literally be anything. Um, I've learned to just be open to, you know, trying things, not
Well,
being
I think
so.
it takes a certain level of intuition too, because
Mhm.
a lot of people, like really big artists, um, say that they're just usually the conduit. Like the music comes through them. Like if you talk
Yeah,
about huge artists that write insane amounts of music, most of the time they're like, "Yeah, I'm just a conduit. Like something is coming through me." And authors do it, writers
yeah.
do it. A lot of people do it. It's
That's
interesting.
definitely that is definitely how I am. It's like I don't. Um, it's a very powerful thing that just comes to me, and I don't necessarily have any control over it. And sometimes it's so powerful that I do. I've gone out of my way to like avoid it because I. It's like, no, not this again. I don't. But it comes, So I might as well take it because it's like the universe's gift to me personally, because it always ends up being of benefit for me to apply um, this ability and to use this ability, and the opportunity to do it is gotten better and better as with time in my life. And so just even this last year or two, I've been far more productive with it than probably ever. So
You got a funny comment that came in, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be able to hear you. You can just talk to everybody if you want.
yeah,
I gotta use the restroom though.
yeah, Thin Lizzy, or as the name Thin Lizzy is actually a pun, um, because the band was from Dublin, Ireland. So in Dublin, it's pronounced Tin Lizzy, and a Tin Lizzy is a name of an old type of car that you used to be able to get. So they changed the spelling, but because they were from Dublin, it would still be pronounced Tin Lizzy. So it was like the Beatles, where they have an A in Beatles, right? Where it's it's another pun. So they were actually kind of making a local reference, a pun. So it's pretty funny actually. And it's also funnier how um, most Americans say Thin Lizzy, because it's not actually how you pronounce the name of that band. It's Tin Lizzy. Did you know that? Bet you didn't. That's called Irish humor.
Irish humor.
Yeah, that's actual Irish humor. And it's interesting because the guy, Phil Lynott, was actually half Brazilian. So he wasn't, I mean, he was Irish, but his mother was born and raised in Ireland, and he spent a lot of his life in Dublin, but
Gonzo said he didn't know that.
his dad was Brazilian. And I did meet him when I was really small. I actually met him because he was friends with my dad his entire life. So. But yeah, that guy was an amazing, accomplished musician. Actually, he wasn't just some bonehead rock star. He was a brilliant musician. If you really listen to the way that music is structured, and it's not just your standard hard rock, heavy metal stuff, he was like, there was some brilliance in that stuff, really incredible music composition and stuff.
Yeah, I never really realized that the Thin Lizzies had those songs. So there's probably more songs by them I probably know, and I
Yeah.
didn't realize it was by them.
Yeah. Quite a lot of them actually. Yeah, they were pretty big. I mean, they toured arenas all around the United States in their heyday. So let's see what the. But yeah, that's just one of the. They were just one of the reasons that I got into music when I was a little child. Like I have known about those guys my whole life. So.
Gonzo said I definitely need to add them to my playlist. Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't hurt. Yeah, the girls are still going out. These introductions are insanely long. They still got their robes on and everything. They're not even close to fighting. They probably got 5 more minutes before the girls fight. Somebody asked me, I think it was Pesci that was asking me earlier. He's like, how long until you think the fights are going to start? And I guess 2 hours after the main card started. And I started this as soon as the main card fought. So, yeah, we're almost 3 hours in before the main card. A UFC card, you can usually get through 6 fights, which are anywhere from 15 to 25 minutes. And usually the max is about 3 hours. So it's definitely drug out by about an hour minimum. Yeah. But there's a lot of like artists there performing, and I mean, I guess if it's on Netflix and all these people are there, they're probably making a lot of money. It's the first ever live fight, I think, done on Netflix.
Wow.
So that'll probably help.
Yeah, so they're going to have to add some entertainment value to it, more than likely, which means it could very well be longer than a minute.
Well, that's what they're trying to do. They don't want to just have boxing people there. They want to have fans of this singer and fans of this entertainer, and it's easier just to do, not for boxing fans, because most, I don't know, old school boxers are probably like, no, I don't want to watch this 28-year-old fight this 58-year-old.
Yeah, I don't want to see Mike Tyson kick the crap out of this 20-something-year-old guy and prove that he's still.
Prove that he's still what?
prove that he's still a complete badass who could just destroy anybody if he really wants to. But
And I also don't want to have all the people that are watching this be responsible for tuning into elder abuse. That would be is a bad thing. I don't know if I can
yeah,
promote that. I guess I'll be responsible for promoting it if Jake wins.
yeah.
We put false hopes in something. I'm like, oh no, I promoted it.
I just think of that DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince song still. I can beat Mike Tyson. It's like,
Yeah, no. That when you showed me that song, that was funny.
yeah, was Jake Paul just listening to too much '80s rap music or something, or what? I don't
I
know when they
think
came out, but
I think it's the ayahuasca. I think the ayahuasca went to his head. He went to the jungle and was drinking ayahuasca, and he had visions of him fighting uh, Mike Tyson. And I'm
yeah,
like, really? And he thought he was going to beat him. He said he had a vision of this a long time ago.
huh?
I'm like, wow, that's interesting.
Well, I thought I was going to be president right now, so
I
that ain't happening.
mean, everybody has these thoughts sometimes. Doesn't mean they're always true.
Yeah, but I thought about it too further, and to be fair to my own self, I did recall that memory from an experience I had when I was like 6 years old. So that's that's like 44 years ago now, and the entire memory was suppressed.
Have you ever been, because I was asking you this before when we actually do talk about it every once in a while.
Mhm.
Have you been putting any updates to the journal? Have you been adding new like details to it, or has it just been kind of stagnant for a while, or
Yeah,
what's the
I think I got most of it recalled, unless there's some huge thing that I have to break through to get to anything else. But I think I've got most of it recalled, all the important stuff anyway. And I just don't know that I can't be certain that I recalled all of it, every aspect of it completely accurately because, I was 6 years old at the time when I had this experience. And I was trying to recall it as a 40 something, well, late 40 something year old man. So it's sort of like,
well, in both like because with the story, it's like in both sides of it because there was some where your older self was there and when your younger self was there, and it's like
well,
that's.
there was that's different stuff too. Yeah. So,
But I'm just saying, recovering both sides of that memory, just thinking about that is on a different level.
hmm so there's obviously the possibility and indeed probability that not all of the memories I'm having or I've had, I have recalled completely accurately because a lot of time has passed and it's you're gonna forget something or remember it not completely accurately, especially if you've been through the situation where the memory of the thing itself has been completely suppressed, which has happened to me.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, and it seems like most of the people involved in these projects do have these memories suppressed, and
yeah.
like, or that have these occurrences. I was actually going to ask you something, so I just acquired some new information, and I don't think I've ever asked you this. What was the weather like when
Hmm.
the when you were piloting the craft and it crashed? What was the weather like outside?
Um, well, it was nighttime. I remember that much. So it was, I mean, it was Texas at nighttime, so which is actually kind of chilly. Um, it's not freezing cold like say North Dakota or something, but it isn't you know really warm or anything at night. It gets cool in the desert, so it was cooler and it was dark. Well, it was New Mexico, but it's still like basically Texas.
Yeah.
Um, I mean that Roswell used to be called Roswell, Texas, and then it became New Mexico. But back then, even a lot of people even then still called it Texas.
The reason I asked is because there's this attorney that came out that was talking about a photo that he got to see of a craft that had specific patterns on it that he ended up copying the patterns.
Mm.
But he's a very interesting guy. I wish I had his name offhand, but he's a white-haired gentleman, wears glasses, but he's represented different government agencies as well as he's represented L. Ron Hubbard before in cases, and he's also represented Scientology in cases. Um, he's been involved with some pretty prominent people, and Danny Sheehan, is that the guy's name?
Okay.
Let me look it up. I want to double check. I want to make sure I get it right. Is that who? Danny Sheehan. Yes, that's exactly who it is. Okay. Um, but yeah, I was just learning more about this guy. This Danny Sheehan guy is very interesting. And I didn't realize how many people he's represented. He's got like proof of these crashes. But yeah, the crash that he was talking about came from about the 1945 era, and he was talking about this crash was in a snow-covered field, and uh, they immediately canceled out Roswell because they said it wasn't time in the year where it would have been accurate. And I was like, well, I wonder if our assessment, because I've heard before that our year was wrong, and I was wondering if the time of the year could have been wrong, and it could have been a snow covered field. And that's why I was just, I don't know, I was, before I counted Roswell out of it, I was like wondering when the timing of the year was and what the weather was like at the time, because he said he was sure the photo that he saw when he saw the craft was in a snow covered field. And then he kind of dated the cameras. He didn't have an actual date on the picture, but he dated it by the cameras that were being used in it. And he said it was probably the 45-ish era, because he did ask if, what attire they were wearing. And so it was interesting.
Yeah.
He was
Well,
part
I'm
of the
sure that
disclosure. He was part of the Disclosure Project in 2001, says Sopranos fan. No, I didn't know that offhand. I didn't remember that.
was happening all over the place. That there was stuff crashing because, well, I mean, for sorry, excuse me. For one, I'm sure that there was an attempt to get humans to sort of detract their focus from the war that was going on and focus on something, anything else other than continuing to destroy each other. And
Well, and the U.S. government was working on remote viewing for a period of time where they were trying out people that had very good psychic experiences, like gosh, what's his name? Mick something, and Harold Agnew, and I can't remember all the people that were involved in some of these projects, but it turns out a lot of them were actually Scientologists and were really high up in Scientology.
Mhm.
And the reason that the Sheehan guy found out about it is because Scientology wanted him to represent them as a lawyer, and that's seems to be something he does when these governments or these companies or these religions, I guess, reach out to him for representation. He goes, "Oh, I want to know your three biggest secrets," and then he gets like access to the Senate library, or he gets access to Scientology's files, and that's when he found out that all of these people that were remote viewing for the U.S. government were actual undercover Scientologists, and
Mm.
that's why they were there. And it turns out that they had the most ESP ability, and that's why I've always been interested in L. Ron Hubbard's like uh, past life regression therapy that he turned into auditing in Scientology. Like that's what
Yeah.
he was actually doing in the past. It was like a guided meditation that they turned into a way to kind of, I don't know, guidedly meditate somebody into believing more about Scientology, but in the auditing process. It's like to detect if there's sins there or not.
Mm. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Scientology processes. Like I've taken the personality test and this kind of thing, where um, and it was the guy who tested me was surprised because they gave me the two metal things and found out that I was clear. Um,
There's no way you came in clear.
no, I
No
was
way.
I did. I came in as clear, so I have that ability within myself.
You just had too much money or something. They were like, "No, we don't need this guy.
Well, they're like,
he's too vocal."
well, the guy was like, you don't need this. You're clear. I'm like, see? And I was with somebody at the time, and I'm like, see, look, even the Scientologists say I'm clear.
You should have looked at him and said, "Yeah, I've been Thetan free since 1993 or something."
It's been a long time. Let's see. I've been without. I've probably been clear since about 2000 or so.
Sopranos fan says Sheehan was the guy who talked about Bush Sr. denying Jimmy Carter UFO information.
Mm.
But yeah, Sheehan seemed to have his hands in a lot of things. I didn't realize how much, like, before my favorite prominent lawyer was Andrew Basiago, and then I started hearing about the Sheehan guy, and I'm like, ooh, this is pretty cool.
Mm.
I guess I wouldn't call Andy a prominent lawyer because he didn't like handle any big cases that I know about, but he was a lawyer, did pass the bar.
Yeah. Well, I have a law degree, but I've never passed the bar exam. But fortunately, standards have become so low that I can be considered a lawyer in many places without ever having passed a bar exam.
Just
So-
having a degree in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed just practicing. You don't even necessarily have to have a degree anymore to practice in certain places. You can just have a knowledge and practice.
I know it's like that for teaching as well, so I didn't know if it was like if a person wanted to go and teach English in like Japan or China, you could do it and probably get a job as a regular teacher just with your knowledge of being able to do it. But yeah, it'd be better if you had a degree. You could probably get paid more. But I didn't realize the standards like for what people expect, and like if you're just good at something, regardless of if you went to school for it. I think people are realizing like it's better to get somebody that knows what they're doing in there rather than somebody that just went to school for this many years and then forgot half the stuff that they went to school for.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the experience is more necessary than the schooling itself.
Yeah. And really, it just requires more than anything that you have an interest in the matter and have taken the time to try to learn about it. You know, it's like you don't really have to be even that experienced to do something as a job. It's just you just need to know how to do it and want to do it. It's really that simple.
Sopranos fan says Sheehan is a bridge between a lot of people: Stephen Greer, John Edward Mack, and Louis Elizondo. I don't know who Louis Elizondo is. I've heard of the other people,
And of
and
course,
I don't
be able to.
I don't know how much of Stephen Greer's stuff I fully dive into with him. There's some stuff that Sheehan confirms from Stephen Greer, but I don't know. Stephen Greer seems like a plant to me. I'm not sure why.
Hmm.
I think he's more of a con man.
I'll have to look into their. I don't know anything about these people, so
Oh, okay. I just heard about this this UAP or whatever conference that they had the other day. It was like 13 days ago or something. That they had a Senate hearing or something about. Greer's problem is that he asserts that all ETs are benevolent. Well, that's the other thing. And then he's been doing that new thing where he's trying to contact them and he gets like groups of people and they like shine lasers in the sky and they're getting responses and stuff. And I've always been kind of under the impression of not everybody out there is good and maybe we don't want to draw attention to ourselves. But I don't know. I don't think everybody out there is going to be like, oh yeah, humans, let's coexist and we can, help each other out. I think there's going to be some of them that be like, oh, let's wipe these apes off this planet and take it.
I think there's definitely an overall positive agenda, though, in what is contacting us, like is interested in us. I mean, we're sort of, we're not really, humanity's not really that relevant in the universe. And
No, most of the time people think the equivalent is like how often does a human walk down the street and decide, hey, I want to burn all these ants with a magnifying glass?
yeah, we're a strange
Usually it
bunch.
doesn't. Yeah, usually it doesn't cross your path unless there's a reason. You know what I mean? Unless something stands out, there's no reason to go after like insects that are, they're relevant, they're there, and it's going on. But most of the time, humans aren't going to go out of their way and just kill a smaller species, just like a larger species than us that was more advanced would have no reason to just come and wipe us out. But if it was something like a species that was looking for material rather than caring about a small species, like if our planet was something valuable or had something valuable to it, then I would think, oh, they could care less about this insignificant species on it and be like, all right, we're just going to take the material here. It's not even a matter of squashing the little guy.
But the thing is, if you know what's in the universe, even in this galaxy, you know that this planet has very little to offer in terms of resources, and it's just sort of like third rate compared to what's out there. So there's nothing really unique or special about the planet itself. It's just it can sustain us, and there's life on it, and there's an abundance of life on it, but it's not like anybody who has the ability to come here from somewhere else really needs to take this place over. They can just leave and go get what they need anywhere else if they can come here. So it's strange. It's like there is an interest in seeing us do well, but we keep screwing it up. And there definitely has been intervention that I think will be established. Like that fact will become clear over time that there's been intervention on our behalf into the affairs of our governments and corporations and religious entities, things that have tried to pit us against each other and destroy humanity on some level. And when it gets really bad, that's when the most, if you notice that when it gets at its worst, that's when there's the most intervention, at the most sightings.
That's when, that's what they've always talked about, like nuclear stuff being shut down, and when especially, and that seems to be most of the messages that people get is to prevent war usually. And I don't even think it's to prevent war as much as it's I think it's more the destruction of the planet itself. Like I think they're really worried about the planet itself, but they're not going to wipe us off in order to do it. But to what Gonzo said, what alien species would want to deal with us? So many know-it-alls. I kind of agree with that, but I don't think they would deal with us. I think they would study us. I think it would be more of a, like, if you're talking about an advanced species, they probably look at us and are like, wow, I wonder how this works, how they coexist together and are always so divided and warring together, and like how is this even a thing? Like, it could be so easy to study us and just be confused and be like, well, I wonder what the outcome's going to be. Like, it is kind of from an outsider's perspective a weird thing to probably look down and see the everyday goings on of humans. Like, it's probably a great reality show for an extraterrestrial species to watch.
Yeah, and well, another thing is if you've been removed from the day-to-day world in some way, um, and it's happened to you repeatedly, consistently, maybe throughout your life, like it's happened to a lot of people, it becomes virtually impossible for even human beings to fit back into the world that they came from. Um, so it's like it, basically you are an alien if you've been exposed to their world enough. Even say if you grew up in a remote place or you've spent enough time in remote places on this planet, it's just fitting into society is just really a challenge. You can only do it so much because society is not all it's cracked up to be.
Latina, I did see that video that you tagged me in. I think that's the one I saw. So it's an interesting video. And it's an interesting channel. I didn't really dig that much into it. It was a 3-hour video, but I watched a little bit of it. I appreciate you tagging me in it. I'll have to sit down and actually get to check it out a little bit more, but Springlesfin says, although one could argue that we've been slaves of ET hybrids, elites who keep us divided through endless conflicts and class division. So I think that's more. I think that's more of the ruling class of the humans that does it. But I think um, we could have been a slave race to a more intelligent species before, and I think we still need to try to explain the huge growth in humans and how we came to be the way we are today, and coming from, like, if we're going to believe evolution and that we came from apes, give me what made us decide to start walking upright, and don't tell me it was just we had fire and we started cooking meat and that was the only thing. I feel like there's more to it than that. I think humans made huge leaps and bounds, and that's why I'm not totally against the Anunnaki idea of advancing our race and going with that same biblical idea of we were created in the image of our creators. Like they added something to us of themselves that made us like them and able to do certain things. And I don't think that makes us not a slave race. Like we could have been here to mine gold for the Anunnaki. I don't think it's totally a crazy out there idea, but we still don't have real good answers for how we advanced so fast in such a short period of time.
Mm.
And I can't really point to anything else in existence and watch the evolution of it.
I don't really believe in the idea of an Anunnaki master race or something of that nature. It um, seems to me like an excuse for a lot of people to not accept responsibility for their own actions, really, and kind of like, oh well, I'm a victim. It's like it gets people victim points, and it's just a theory. Can you prove that?
Yeah, no, I just think and I agree with you. I
Mm.
can't even 100% say that that's the theory. I just think
Yeah.
we don't have a lot of theories out there for how we got to where we are. I
Mm.
think even if we take credit for what we did, I would just like to know what we did, to get to
Mm.
that point. Like, what is it that made us? Is it just cooking meat on a fire? Like, that seems to be the only thing that we look to. And like, I do like the stoned ape theory, that
Mm.
when, monkeys started leaving trees, they started following around cattle, and inside of cow pies, you would find mushrooms. And I think they were eating mushrooms, which would, in small doses, it would help you procreate. It would make you more aroused. In larger doses, it would expand your mind, and you would think about, you know, extra thought that you wouldn't on a conscious level usually. So I didn't know if it was something like that could explain the expanding mind, I guess, of humans with the combination of, eating and trying to survive and cooking our own food and learning to hunt. Like, I think all of these things tied in together might have
Yeah.
done something, but I don't think we can. I think there's a lot of theories, and we don't have any concrete evidence of what actually happened. So it's interesting to speculate on what might have happened and what could work.
Yeah. Well, it's like I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that humanity hasn't even really been around for a very long time. Like we're kind of just a flash in the pan in the history of the universe.
That's true.
So it's like, and we've grown in numbers significantly in the last. I mean, what was the population of the planet 100 years ago?
I make jokes about that all the time. That's what, like when we were talking about how Joe Biden is the most popular president to ever live. Like, what is our population really? Like, who's like? Do
Yeah.
we really know the numbers of any of this stuff, or are we just throwing out numbers?
Yeah, well, the population of the United States was only 30 million. Not very in like our grandparents, great grandparents generation. It was only that many people in the entire country, and it was about the same size. Now
Yeah.
it's like 350, 400 million approaching. Um, so population has increased, and more people have had more time for learning and growth and development, and that information is and that progress is being pooled and shared with everybody. So it's like we're just it's multiplying and multiplying, and like
I think it's
it's exponential.
I think that's part of it, but I
Mhm.
think we do this weird thing as humans where we get so progressive that what we try to do is we try to um, delete the bad parts of our history in
Mhm.
order to make ourselves more virtuous and be like, yeah, we never did those bad things, and we try to destroy these things that we did that were bad in the past, and not that we don't just not do bad things anymore, but we want to eliminate remembering the time when we did bad things. And then this is what creates the cycle of humans being doomed to repeat history is
Mm.
they do something bad and then they want to wipe it from history, whether you're talking about tearing down statues or pulling certain writings out of schools or whatever. And then what happens is eventually it circles back and we end up doing that same thing again, just in a different way.
Yeah, that can definitely happen, and that's not good. So it is good to be able to record history, hopefully accurately on some level.
That's
And
the main reason I want the chronovisor to be publicly accessible. I want it to
yeah,
replace all museums and history books and just be able to go actually get an accurate account of events without influencing it. You could just spectate.
yeah, that would be ideal. Um, there are people who can do that without the aid of technology.
Yeah, well, it's no one's gonna believe you if you just go back yourself. They
That's
gotta, they
true.
gotta, they gotta see it.
That's true. If you can just sort of look back and see what happened. No one is going to believe that because you're just a person like them. So
Well, we know how wars work. If war is only written by the winners, and you don't get the full picture of what actually happened,
yeah,
so I feel like a lot of our wars and our battles and everything else are very misconstrued and tried to be, written in the favor of the winners.
yeah. Now that's a famous quote by Napoleon. Um, History is just an agreed upon set of lies. That's one of his more famous quotations. But
I didn't know that. All right.
yep, that's what he said. Yep, and I believe that.
Soprano's been said it's not fair to us to classify the nature of reality elite bloodlines appear to be doing this. They have so much more wealth, technology than the masses. Yeah, wealth, tech, and knowledge than the masses. Yeah. Well, and I think it's, but I do think it's an elite set of humans, unless we fully can commit to any kind of reptilian or Draco um, scenario where there was other species on this planet as well as us. Unless I can commit to one of those scenarios, I would say that the elites are just humans. I don't have a reason to believe that they're non-human yet. At least anything solid. But I do think it's possible that we've worked with extraterrestrials in the past, but it would be weird to think that they're running the highest echelons of government. Like I don't think Queen Elizabeth is a lizard person. As fun as that would be, I would love it, but
Mm.
I can't fully commit to those ideas. So I want to say that these elite bloodlines are just human ones. I want to say they're the Rockefellers and the, you know, those big names like the Soros family or whatever families are now in charge. I think the Rockefellers are kind of falling out over time. The
Yeah,
Eisenhowers.
they're just people.
I think the 1% is constantly changing, but those elite families are usually on a higher level than what you'd consider even the 1%.
I think we're going to have a new 1% soon, for sure. If you notice what's happened in the last week, Bitcoin is
Oh yeah,
rapidly growing, and those people who have been holding it for the longest are likely the new 1%.
that's what we were talking about. I'm like, now
Mhm.
that this pause came up, I'm waiting to see huge growth because that's what I think it was. I think it was a pause, and I think now things are getting back to a rising level where people are trying to prosper again. And I'm like, oh, I see something different. I see a
Yeah.
little more activity.
Yep.
The royals are a different kind of human, though, just by inbreeding amongst themselves and having power for centuries and centuries makes them inherently differently genetically and psychologically. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of inbreeding going on. They were trying to preserve a different kind of bloodline, and that's definitely a European idea.
Mm.
I'm not really sure why people like to do that, but yeah. Now that we know a little bit more about genetics, it's probably not good to inbreed that much into the same bloodline.
They were definitely keeping it in the family.
Yes, in more ways than one.
Mhm.
Generations of inbreeding and hide the ones that they're ashamed of. Yeah. Only a few of the good looking ones will make it into the spotlight, and the rest of them
Yep.
will
Those are the
disappear.
ones who. Those are the ones who aren't inbred enough.
Right.
The ones who they're ashamed of the ones who aren't inbred enough. It's almost like the opposite of what really should be the case.
It's like, oh, pause. Yeah, we're gonna have this drunk driver go take you for a ride. See you later, Diana. See
Mhm.
how things work out for you. Jesus.
Yeah, the King of England had an illegitimate child with this peasant girl. Oh, we gotta hide that. Better put that under the rug because
God.
that child is
Well,
not inbred enough. You know.
well, and they realized that after the Kate stuff, that's when all the weird racist stuff started coming out, and they were like, "Oh, what? Like she had dated a black person at one point? Oh, okay. Now the royal family's got a problem with it, and it's like, oh, this person from the royal family who's what is it, six spaces away from making decisions for the country. He was working with Jeffrey Epstein on a regular basis. Oh, okay. Um, gosh, what was that guy's name? Wasn't he a duke or something? I can't remember his. But yeah,
I don't
he
know.
he had he had several meetings with Jeffrey Epstein that people got on camera.
I'm not really inbred enough to be European, so
Oof.
I
I
mean,
mean, the Irish
I'm
are the Irish didn't have that kind of a hierarchy.
no.
They were too drunk. They were too drunk. They were sleeping around with everybody.
I have some English ancestry, but it's so watered down and mixed in with like everything else that it's like, you know, not like not inbred kind of thing. So it's like I'm just not. I ain't part of that club. You know what I mean? Um, and it was the ones who weren't inbred enough became Americans.
No, I think the Americans were the prudes that were like they're having too much crazy wild sex over there in Europe, and none of those French ladies are shaving their armpits. We need to go start something new, and we need to get away from all those wild, outrageous sex orgies that they're having in Europe.
Yeah, yeah, with their cousins and their brothers and sisters and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, we don't want to be part of that.
And that's why I think. Well, that's why I think the Americans are so sexualized now, is because they were the prudes that left Europe, and now all of a sudden, they're the ones running OnlyFans, and the main source of probably pornography throughout the world is probably coming from the United States.
Oh, it definitely is. That's mostly coming from California, actually. I mean,
The the
one of
English took over. We're speaking English. No, we're definitely not speaking Old English. That's why you got Old English and New English.
well, I'm not speaking Irish, that's for sure.
Yeah, English definitely
And
took over, but I think it was American English because our English is so Ebonics from regular English, like classical English. Man, the Americans are just speaking Ebonics at this point.
yeah, and even the German ones. You know, the largest demographic of U.S. citizens is German. The largest ethnic demographic is German,
Freaking Sie Dutch?
and they ain't speaking
I
German.
thought it was. I thought it was Polish. I would say it's Polish.
No, it's German.
Because that's what I noticed in my time that I've worked in construction and manual labor jobs. I've noticed that the working class that people would call the working class now, that everybody used to say it was Hispanics or something like that. It's very split up by demographic. Like in Florida, you'll have more of the working class be Haitian immigrants. It used to be thought of that everybody that worked here that was an immigrant was like a Mexican immigrant doing manual labor. The biggest immigrants in the Chicagoland area that pretty much have the construction field on lockdown is Polish. And I bet you'll still have Mexican migrants, probably more in California or on some of the southern border states.
Yeah.
But based on geological location, the immigrant population is so different than what people thought it was.
Hmm. Yeah, we don't work down in Texas.
No one works down in Texas. The
I mean,
Bushes are related to the Royals. Yeah, I also heard that it's interesting that the Egyptian bloodline also has connections to some of the presidential bloodline, as well as the royal family. And then another weird thing is the people that live in Egypt now have less DNA lineage to the Egyptians that used to live in Egypt. Like, and there's like some people outside of Egypt have more direct lineage to classical Egyptians and pharaohs. I think that's weird. I think it's weird that the people in the area no longer have that connection to the area.
well, it's interesting though that it's hard not to not have some European ancestry and not be related to some kind of royalty because
I
that's
feel like
how they.
I feel like most Caucasians have to have um,
Yeah.
European ancestry.
Well, yeah, but if you're a quote white person, you basically are going to be related to some kind of royalty somewhere along the line. Like it's, of course, the Bush family is going to be related to royalty. They're white, you know.
Yeah.
Like whether it's close or far, it's still a relation.
But I think that comes down. But I think that comes down to how much of the history of the world that we know about. Because I think there was just as many um, African kings or Hispanic kings or anything else as there was white kings. But the only ones that we know about are the white ones. Like it comes down to that the winners write the history thing. Like I think the original face on the Sphinx was clearly an African American face. You can tell by the nose structure and the face structure, and you can tell that it was redone because it doesn't fit the body of the Sphinx. I think I like some of Graham Hancock's stuff of thinking that we're a civilization with amnesia. I think there's a lot of old structures on the planet that show that we're not the most advanced um, thing to ever be on this planet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But that
But I think that's the mainstream narrative of, white people have done this forever and white people are bad and all white people do is go into areas and conquer other, like, I think that's a pretty mainstream narrative nowadays.
Mhm. Yeah, there's also a lot of kind of demonization of entire groups of people. So I, it's
But I think it's the
necessary to
separate
look at it.
I think it's the separatization and the divide and conquer that you were talking about earlier. I think it's a way that people try to make the public feel like they're not connected with their neighbor. Like all of us are connected. All of us are
Mhm.
human. We're all in here together. Like your bloodline to whatever doesn't really matter. Like your skin color doesn't really matter. They want you to think that matters in the media. They want you to think that your neighbor hates you. They want you to
Mhm.
think that, everybody's against you because that's profitable for them. It's
Yeah.
it's not even I think most normal
Mhm.
minded people don't hate people just because of the color of their skin or because of their bloodline or where they're from. Like I judge people on how they act towards me
Yeah.
or what they do to me directly, what I can hold them responsible for. And I expect people to do the same for me. If I'm doing some wild shit and I need to be held responsible, I would expect the
Yeah.
same to happen to me.
Yeah.
Accountability, like you were talking about earlier, is so important. A lot of people don't take accountability for their own roles and things.
Yeah, I don't think royalty is that special either. You know, it's like they can just be people too. You know, that's not like they're anything different than any other person. They're just human beings, and so um, if you think of it as special, then you're kind of creating this artificial something that doesn't really exist because they are just people
Yeah.
as well. You know, and
Just like I don't think you're responsible for what your grandfather did. Like,
yeah,
and it's
or
weird that we get in any culture where we're like, oh, you're responsible for what your elders did, that you didn't have control over what your elders did.
yeah,
Like it's so
like that.
strange to think that you would have any kind of responsibility.
Yeah, you know, and I didn't have any control either over the fact that the King of England had a child with my great great grandmother or something like that. You know what I mean? I had no like
Yeah.
that's not my fault, and I got nothing to do with either of those people. But, and I don't even know if that's true in my case. I'm just citing a for instance, really, that could possibly be true, but
Let me catch up the chat real quick. Sopranos fan
I have no
said
idea.
Bush Senior hid UFO info, and then he said I
Most
think
definitely.
two thirds of the people of the Western European descent are descendants of, is it Charlemagne?
Hmm.
And then I've heard this one before because Genghis Khan seems to have one of the like craziest bloodlines where you can actually see it. But 1 out of 500 people are descendants of Genghis Khan today.
Cool.
Um, you can deny that certain families control much more than other families. Oh yeah, no, most definitely do. You can't deny that. Most families do have control, but I think the families in power do change over time. Like I don't think the ones that we talked about in the 40s and 50s still have the same power as some of the ones that we talk about today,
Yeah.
or the ones that we might not even know that are running things today. We might not know about them for 20 to 30 years.
Mhm.
Because I do think they always have kids and stuff, and their kids don't carry on the same thing. That's the one thing good about humans is we're so rebellious even from our own parents that we wouldn't continue the same stuff that they were up to because we're so naturally rebellious from doing the exact same thing as our parents.
Hmm.
It's not
I
an
think
even playing field by any means. Oh,
Hmm.
what were you saying?
well, I just think like that. There's also the fact that knowledge equals power. So a lot of times, power is maintained through family lineage by the sharing of and handing down of knowledge that is uh, in this day and age available to anybody, but we aren't all taking advantage of that knowledge and the opportunity to acquire that knowledge.
Oh, I have a
So that
status update for everybody.
that's kind of
Net
sad.
I have a status update for everybody with the amount of traffic that is watching this fight. Netflix has crashed.
Wow.
The site of Netflix has crashed. That is a wild statement to make. There are so many people watching this fight right now in the main card getting ready to start, or the main fight, and all of Netflix has crashed. But I assume it'll be up and running before they start the fight because that's what everybody paid for. Netflix will be sad if they can't get it all hosted. But yeah, I'll keep everybody updated. But the next fight is going to be um, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. And hopefully they get it back up and running so we can see this 3-minute fight. No, I agree with Gonzo's statement. Everybody's watching this fight to see Jake Paul get knocked out. Nobody's watching this fight to cheer for Jake Paul. That's the weirdest thing about it. Not a single person is like, "Oh, I want Jake Paul to win."
Really? Yeah. Huh.
But I think
You know,
I
I,
think it's a good selling point though. Like there's nothing wrong with being any kind of professional athlete or whatever and wanting people to see you lose. As long as they're still buying tickets, then you're doing something right. Like if they're buying them because they hate you or if they're buying them because they love you, you're still selling the ticket. So, I mean, on a professional
and
bout at least.
that's definitely what he's doing. Um, I
I think there's a lot of
accidentally
fighters that do that.
I accidentally bought one of Jake Paul's drinks recently. It was an accident. I meant to get
To be
something
fair,
else. And
to be fair, it's Logan Paul. It's his brother. It's his
okay,
it's his drink. And yeah, there's a
it's
lot
like
of crazy rumors about the Prime Energy drink and the Prime drink or whatever.
yeah. I do. I have like a energy drink right here. I drink these things to keep
Wait,
weight basically. But,
what was the name of the brand?
well, this is just a cheap one. This is like 80 cents a can, right? But it's like a generic store brand one. But
No,
um,
what was the Jake Paul? What was the brand that you got that you were talking about? That
oh,
the
it was a Prime, something Prime.
Was it a Prime? Okay, because Jake Paul is actually promoting Celsius, so
Okay.
the Celsius energy drink is something he's promoting, but he's not. He doesn't own it. But
But
that's
well, I bought one of those. And it was like $6, and I had already paid for it before I realized what the hell. It's like $6 for a can of soda.
yeah, it's a little wild.
Like,
It's supposed to be a healthier alternative to an energy drink because it's lower sugar than most energy drinks, but it's not diet. So I don't
mhm.
know. To each
Well,
their own.
yeah, I won't be buying
It's
that
our,
again. I think.
it's already an energy drink. I don't think energy drinks in general are good for people. So
Mhm.
it's like if you're gonna buy an energy drink, you can't really complain about if it's bad for you. You're you're taking a large amount of caffeine and speeding up your heart rate, and you're going to tell me that it's good for you in any way. Tell me more about how you take your drugs.
Yeah, I know it's caffeine. I understand the risks, but I'm old.
Oh no,
I
I know I have an addiction to energy drinks, but I
Mhm.
wouldn't complain about one company because they made an energy drink. You know what I mean? Too strong
no,
or whatever the
no,
case.
I'm complaining about the $6 per can price. That was
Yeah, it's a little high.
it's like, come on.
And their cans are small, aren't they? They have a really small can. They're like the small Red Bull cans. They're not like a
Well,
normal size.
it was the larger one, but it was still like $6 for a can. I don't know. I mean, I could get 7 or 8 of these for the same price, and it would do the
Yeah.
same thing. So,
Well, in most name brand ones, you can get at least two for that price.
mhm. And I'm not broke or anything, but um, and I'm all for charging whatever you want to charge for your product. But $6, come on, you're not that special just because you're on YouTube, kid. That guy's famous on YouTube, right? Isn't that why he's so famous?
Well, him and his brother are both on YouTube. Um, his brother boxed Logan Paul boxed Floyd Mayweather and went
Mhm.
a total of rounds with him. Logan Paul's now, I believe, in the WWE. He's a professional wrestler.
Mhm.
I think they were both on the Disney Channel.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, both are just internet influencers in general.
Yeah. So like the $6 can of energy drink is not going to do anything special for me. It's just paying for what? I don't know. It's like it does it make me a cooler person because I bought a prime drink or a better person? No, not really. So it's sort of like artificial inflation of the price of something just because there's this perception of how you're perceived because you bought it. Is that what it is?
I guess.
I guess
I
I don't
mean,
know. I
people want
just
to
made
put
a
a name on
mistake.
something. People want to put a name on something and get more promotion to it, I guess.
Mhm. I just bought one by mistake because I didn't realize that the price on it was $6.
I got to share this because this is kind of a first. I want to remember when it happened. Yeah, all of these people are reporting that Netflix is down, and multiple people all over for the last 30 minutes. In the last 2 hours, we're talking about it cutting out, and then there's been reports in the last 30 minutes to an hour that Netflix is down for thousands of users. So we are not the only ones experiencing this. I was like, that's kind of
Mm.
wild. It's definitely a first for me. Like I've heard of other sites crashing, but it's weird that you set up a big hosting fight, like one of the biggest fights in Netflix history for sure, and then all of a sudden you didn't have the capacity to actually host it. I don't
That
think
would be
people were
funny.
ready. Wouldn't be the first and won't be the last. I like when people crash things on the internet.
Mm. Now imagine being elected president and not being able to do the job.
We've seen that plenty of times.
Yep.
That's not
So
too
why?
hard to think.
So why don't we
Wonker,
get somebody who can actually do the
Wonk,
job? I don't know.
Wonkaroo says I skip the energy drinks and go right for the Adderall. Adderall will put me to sleep, to be fair. Oh, and by the way, we are back up and we are running. They're back at the event.
Cool.
All right. We have
Because
coverage again.
America loves to
America loves what?
glorify violence.
That's true. Yeah,
Yeah,
and we like to watch a.
we
And we
love our
like to watch a.
circus. So
I think we also like to watch a slow train wreck too. It's one of our favorite things to tune into.
yep.
One hell of a cash grab. Oh yeah. Think about how many people Gonzo, that's probably gotta be the biggest most of the time when boxers promote stuff, usually a lot of people lose money in the whole thing. The thing I am noticing about this has probably been the most obvious people tuning in. Like if you're crashing Netflix, think about how many people own a Netflix account and that might be interested in just throwing this on if you already have a Netflix account. I could only imagine how many people have to be tuning in for this to even happen. Right now, they're interviewing Shaq. Shaq's in the audience,
Nice.
and he doesn't have a Shaq-a-roni pizza in his hand. In case anybody was wondering, the new Shaq-a-roni pizza is now at Papa John's, and he also sells car insurance for the general.
Wow, that guy's more Irish than me.
Oh, and is it the Gold Bond medicated powder, or is it icy hot? I don't remember which one he does. Probably both.
Yeah, but I gotta wonder how he ended up with the name O'Neill.
I mean, he's probably got the Irish roots.
Mm-hmm.
Bread and circus distractions from UFOs. Well, yeah, there's always distractions from UFOs. I haven't heard, and I didn't hear anybody talk about this last Senate hearing about the UFOs. I heard one YouTuber cover it. That he's not really even a big UFO guy. I was kind of surprised that he covered it. I didn't hear about that one, but I heard about the one before that when they started talking about bodies and stuff. They weren't just talking about UAPs. I still don't understand why they started calling them UAPs instead of UFOs. I'm still not like I don't know if that was a psyop or if it was like a like I didn't understand the changing of the dialect. It didn't make sense to me.
What is it? Unidentified aerial phenomenon?
Yeah, because I think that could cover a lot more things going on in the sky than just a craft.
Yeah, like say holographic cities appearing in China and that kind of thing.
Or any weather phenomenon that you couldn't explain. Like it could be anything going on overhead that you didn't understand. Like when they talked about like blood rain or something like that, that could be the same thing. When it's raining spiders in Australia because Australia is a fucking hazard zone. You couldn't pay me to live in Australia, by the way.
Yeah, I would never want to live in Australia without a flamethrower and a couple of bazookas. Let's see, what else? A lot of mosquito nets.
Sopranos fan says they claim UAP instead of UFO because they're not all flying, but they had a underwater UFO thing too. It wasn't just, you know what I mean. UFOs weren't just sky. Didn't we have a classification for underwater UFOs as well? Because people have been talking about UFOs going into the water and sucking up water and all of these other USOs. Okay, yeah. I've heard of a lot of different ones. It's silly that they would have to create a whole new one. Shaq's not dumb. Shaq's making big money. That's true. He definitely ain't broke.
Speaking of not broke, have you heard my new single?
What's it called? Not broke?
It's called I had a few hours ago just released a single. Um, it's called A Surreal World.
What's that about? Besides not being broke, how does it elaborate on not being broke?
Um, well, it's making me money, so every time it gets
Oh,
played, which
that's the connection. Gotcha.
let's see. Yeah, I've been releasing a lot of music lately, and some of it seems to be doing quite well, which is good. So
Yeah, that's great.
I'm just gonna keep putting out more more and more stuff because got to put my grandkids through college somehow.
Do you ever think about that? Like, all right, what if I make this big fortune and my grandkids blow it all? Like, how much do I have
Yeah.
to make so it doesn't matter how crazy my kids are, they won't blow it all? Is there a limit in your
Yeah.
head?
Yes. Definitely there is. There's the.
Hey,
I'm
Cyrex.
I'm looking at it like this. I am the founder of the Macintosh banking dynasty, and I now own the bank, and my children are being taught to how to how to run the bank while they're growing up, and they will then be able to take over managing and running the bank when they're old enough.
Well,
Um,
yeah, otherwise you wouldn't be able to run this monarchy in the future. They got to have some lessons.
well, it's not.
Um,
It's like we're like the anti. I'm like the anti-monarchy. You know, it's like
Noel, you got to tell me who you want to win as well. But I would like Mike Tyson to win. Um,
I'm
and
a very strict constitutionalist. Actually, I would be completely opposed to monarchy of any kind. That's
No,
where I'm at.
I'm saying that's where your family would be if the future presidents are
Mhm.
predicted. If your daughter happens to be a president and and your son happens to be a president and your wife happens to be a president, and then they change the laws and you're president more than 3 terms, I think people might think of it as a monarchy. Is what I was meaning, not because you're against monarchies or you're for them. I think people
Mm,
might think of your family as a monarchy if they see that much servitude in the future.
sure, but in this case, I think it's different because there's no no real chance of us having the same power as a monarchy, and and we would not want that. We would like to see the presidency be returned to a, a greater position of subjection to the law of the land and the rule of law and the Constitution itself and the laws that have been created in the last 20 years around the presidency to be repealed as repugnant because they're counter to the original constitutional principles are that have governed the presidency since the founding of the country up until the last 20 years.
I think that's
And,
my biggest issue with how I don't know how we move forward with the Constitution is an overall understanding of its interpretation, because I
Mhm.
don't think the words have changed, but I feel
No,
like people's interpretation of the words constantly evolves,
and
and like
people, yeah, sorry.
I think the best example of it is like what we call arms. Like
Hmm.
I'm kind of an all or nothing guy when it comes to if we're gonna call guns guns, let's call them guns. And if we're allowed to own arms in order to protect ourselves against a tyrannous government, shouldn't we be able to have the same weaponry as our government?
Sure, I think everyone should have an F-15 in their driveway.
Do you?
Sure, why not?
You don't have any restrictions towards people owning bazookas or grenades or anything like that?
I mean, with with any of that stuff, with any weaponry of any kind, you should have training.
Yeah,
You
no, I
know, I mean,
agree. I
if
just
you
think I just think it's weird because I agree with you on that. I think you should be trained for all this stuff. I think there should be. I also would even say that there should be a mental health, um, equivalency put into that of some sort. And if you're fully capable of it, I think you should be able to access these things. Otherwise, how are you still holding that part of the Constitution valid, where you could say you could protect yourself against a tyrannous government? If we're talking about taking out AR-15s from public use on a federal level, like that's such a small scale thing. No one's allowed to own a tank. No one's allowed to own a bazooka. No one's allowed to own like a lot of these things. And these are small scale compared to what our government actually owns right now.
right,
Like
I
our
agree.
government,
And
we could never stand up against our government, even on our best day. Our numbers don't matter. If we ever did it, it would be on a technological level where it would be like crashing, some kind of
mm,
electronical systems or internet systems. Like that's how humans would advance against our government. It wouldn't be against on a weaponry level.
yeah,
At least I can't picture it on a weaponry level. I don't know.
um, they would have a real hard time with any weaponry coming against the sheer numbers of people, though. Um,
I've always thought of it as like if
and
like
that's not
say
a
they
challenge.
had no, I think if the U.S. government noticed an uprising of any sort, they would treat it like they would treat it like I don't know, any kind of outbreak. And as soon as they saw an uprising that was, a decent number of people, they would quarantine that area and wipe it out.
Mm,
Regardless, like they would do it the same way that we handle any other terrorist threat outside of the United States. If we saw a fraction getting larger that was against the U.S. government in any way, shape, or form, they would just wipe out that whole area and then tell you something else happened. Like, I don't know. I can't I can't imagine that we would just sit back and let a terrorist organization, even inside the United States, get large enough where it was ready to overthrow the United States government. Even if it was one state, like, and you could turn the whole populace of one state, I could see the U.S. government wiping out that whole state.
I don't think it would be able to get that far, frankly. But
I would hope it wouldn't, but I think it would start with something somewhat civil. It would be a state trying to secede from the United States, and then it would go from there. And I think they'd expect not to get attacked by the United States, but wouldn't realize that the United States would probably claim its land back, regardless of the government that wants to be in charge of it.
mhm. I think if it really came to a worst case scenario, and say like Texas or California were to literally secede from the United States, I don't think the United States would be able to stand up against those states because they're very self-contained and very powerful in and of themselves. So,
But I don't think they would get any of the military power that was inside of their state. I think that would belong to the U.S. government. I don't think they would secede with, the state that they're in. I think federal
mm,
powers would stay with the federal government. Just like
yeah,
you were talking about, like oaths. When you're in some of these things, like they would have to be ready for the National Guard to get put on them. They'd have to be ready for the U.S. military to get put against them in order to make a
right,
decision like that.
right. So it would depend on whether or not the United States military is being used to uphold or against the Constitution by so it's like if say a president comes along and he's not using the power of the military in a constitutional manner, well, he's really not going to get much support from anybody militarily, because the military is taught to uphold the Constitution, and the president's orders come secondary. So, if that were the case, a California person who is a military person, or a Texas person who is a military person, or any number of states, would more than likely then side with the state rather than the federal government on an issue, because if a state is pushed to the point of secession, it's likely because the Constitution is being violated at this point. That would be likely the only reason why the state would secede from the United States, is because if the Constitution is being used against that state or the people in that state.
Or if the federal government is coming at them in any way,
Mhm.
like
Or
even if
just
they feel like
neglecting them.
the federal government is overreaching its constitutional obligations and maybe
Yeah.
over-regulating them or something like that. Just
Mhm.
like if some, I'm trying to think about scenarios outside of like gun buybacks or freedom of speech, because those seem to be the key ones that people would really have an issue against. But I don't know what I don't know. I can't think of like I don't think a country would ever secede over something like abortion law or something like that. I don't think communities are religious or conservative enough to do that, where you'd have a whole state secede from the union over something like that.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Well, the first area, I don't know if you know this, but the first part of the United States that ever seriously considered secession was New England, where I grew up, where I'm from. And
I mean,
it was
they
because,
named themselves after the old leaders.
yeah,
I
but,
get it. They don't know any better.
well, no, because what happened was during the War of 1812, the British were invading New England through Canada, and the federal government was literally doing nothing to protect New Englanders. And
Oh,
so,
sorry. I gotta interrupt for
Hmm.
2 seconds. We have to make make it a note. The only person that is cheering for Jake Paul tonight is our friend Canadian Patriot. So everybody, let it be known that the only person that is cheering for Jake Paul in my chat that has made it notable is Canadian citizen, and Trudeau is his leader, by the way.
well, that's
Um,
just fantastic.
He likes it when I hold him accountable for Justin Trudeau. Just like I loved it when people held Americans accountable for Joe Biden.
Well,
Gonzo said he blocked.
that's just because Canadians hate black people.
No, they love it. That's why they try to appropriate it. That's why Trudeau wore blackface so much, is because he appropriated it, and he was so fond of the African American community. He was never making
And
fun of it. He was just trying to admire it in his
You know,
own weird way.
it was the Canadians that brought slavery to North America.
No, they didn't, did they?
Well, it was the British, and
I was gonna say, okay.
the Canadians. Canada is still
They're
in
the
the British
closest,
Commonwealth.
yeah, they're the closest to us that is still under British common law. So you guys are responsible.
So
And by the
so
way, you guys are the flappy-headed ones that are in South Park. We all know.
it's Canada that's responsible for slavery. So we should really just take over Canada to compensate for the past history of 11 million of our citizens.
Canadian Patriot says Jake endorsed Trump. Hope he wins. What do you mean? It's already over.
I think that would be almost fair compensation. I don't know though. Maybe it might be a little bit one-sided for the African American people, but as far as them not getting enough out of it for having generations of their ancestors enslaved and never getting properly
No, I would say
repaid.
the black people in the English community are treated a lot better than the like historically seem to be treated better than the African Americans in the United States. I think the people um, in England and in London and stuff like that are I don't know. I would like to have a comparison of what the racial tensions like in uh, Europe because I've never
Yeah,
actually
they
seen it to compare.
yeah
Like
they
I've dealt with it in the United States, but I can't really
mm,
compare what it would be like walking the streets and how an African American, well, I wouldn't call him an African American, a black person would be treated compared to a white person in like London.
yeah they've progressed a little bit since back in the day, but Canada is still the same. There just aren't that many black people in Canada. I know that's not for no reason.
It's probably it's probably weather related. I get it. What? You have 2 months of summer and spring? No, I'm good. 2 foot of snow? No, no, okay.
It's too cold up there. I can't
Right.
even. I don't know.
We've had weed legal forever, though. Yeah, but the snow.
They have socialism.
A loyal Canadian Trump supporter, says Canadian Patriot. That hates Trudeau. They're finally doing the introductions. It looks like Jake's on his way out right now.
You're just saying that because he's not going to get another term. He's not going to be in much longer. I mean,
Who, Trudeau?
Trudeau's out the door soon. Yeah, he's gone.
No, they're going to do him like Putin, and they're going to put somebody else in, and they're going to bring him back, and then they're going to put somebody else in, and then bring him back.
Mm.
It can be a good time for everyone.
He was put in.
We've had a black president. There's never been a black king of England. Louis C.K. does a bit about this. That's probably a good bit. Louis C.K. is good. He's definitely got some good material. But yeah, that's funny. That's a good way to separate yourself from the English. Be like, yeah, well, we had a black president. Fuck you guys. He'll never have a black president or a black king. Tell us we're racist. No, I still think, regardless of how much people think, I talk about racial tension, but that's because we're the most diverse country in the world by far. Like, there's not another country in the world that I can point to that is more diverse than the United States. And I think that's a great accomplishment. I can't think of any other country that has dealt with racial diversity like the United States or is even comparable.
Hmm. It's true, and so we've been forced to deal with it head on and kind of.
Yeah, I said this earlier, Canadian. Macintosh for Prime Minister.
Well, I am Canadian as well, by the way. I don't know if you knew that, but I could run for prime minister in Canada, I think.
Oh, man. I think our connection's breaking up. You said you were Canadian? Is that what you said? I think your signal's breaking up. I can't tell.
I have some Canadian.
I won't hold it against you. Don't worry.
I'm not getting a passport or anything. I'm not going to get a Canadian passport.
I'm just joking with you.
None of that. I mean, look, they're still in the British Commonwealth. I'm not subjecting myself to that. You know what I'm saying?
Jake Paul and Logan Paul are riding out to the ring in a green vehicle. Yeah, he has his brother next to him. It's a some kind of green topless vehicle, and yeah, that's how they were going out to the ring. It's quite the spectacle. I'm curious to see how Mike Tyson comes out. It's a little weird looking. and Jake has a bedazzled silver top on. I'm not really sure what it is. But Jake's smiling. He doesn't look as nervous as anybody else that I've ever seen going against Mike Tyson. He looks like he still has a smile on his face.
Does he still have all his teeth?
So far, he does, yes.
Not for long.
Not for long.
Say
I was saying
goodbye to
some-
those teeth, pretty
I
boy.
was saying something that about that to somebody because somebody was like, "Oh, well, if you wear a mouth guard, you'd always have all of your teeth." I was like, "You do realize a mouth guard doesn't protect your teeth, right? It's to protect you from concussions." I was like, "It has nothing to do with like protecting your teeth." I was like, "I hope you're not wearing a mouth guard to protect your teeth." It doesn't act the same way. It's a shock absorber. I guess it might help with your teeth.
I
just
would be more like
distributing it.
I would be more like an Americanadian anyway. So
Americanadian.
yeah,
what you
which
said?
isn't really. Yeah, it's not really a Canadian. It's more like a American living in Canada.
Is that like a national socialist? Sorry, I just felt like that was so necessary. Gosh, American Canadian just sounds like a national socialist.
It's more like a it's more like a giant pain in their ass actually, because they still want to be British and we don't live in denial. That's the thing. It's like we know we're not British.
He had his diamond ear protector on in the interview the other day. That's what Jake Paul was making a joke about. He was covering the tops of his ears so that Mike Tyson didn't bite him. But I don't know if he has them on. I can't tell.
I'd rather be a pain in their ass though than sell out.
I mean, if we're talking about abductions, I'd rather be a pain in their ass than have a pain in my ass. Yeah, they're showing highlights, and Mike Tyson's on his way out now. Man, I'm still kind of curious. I'm still interested on what's going to happen. Now Canadians saying Mike Tyson for the win. He was cheering for Jake Paul earlier. Oh, I don't know if I'll let you change your vote.
They can't vote in Canada.
Oh yeah. I thought they voted in the prime minister, except for some reason the public didn't like the one that they ended up with.
No, they just install him through appointment by the monarchy.
Okay, check out this move. Okay, so Mike Tyson's on his way out. He has nobody around him. He doesn't have an entourage. Once he got out a little bit, he's got some camera people behind him, but no entourage. Walking out by himself. He's just got a black top on over himself. Definitely not the showboating you just saw from Jake Paul. And Mike Tyson, I can't really tell on his facial expression. He doesn't look mean like he used to. He doesn't look angry. He just looks calm and confident. Nothing too telling yet. He's not smiling like Jake Paul was. Yeah, I'm gonna do a play-by-play. I'll call the fight as it's going. Give you at least a round by round of what's going on. But yeah, I always like to look at the fighters when they're walking out to try to get their feel. And to be fair, Mike Tyson, I don't know if he tripped over a cord or what, but when he was walking by himself, when I said that, I hesitated for a second because I just watched him. He kind of tripped a little bit on his way in. But yeah, I pay really good attention to all of those things when I'm watching them come out because I think all of those things matter. Like reading somebody's facial expression, if you can tell if there's something going on in their head or if they look angry, then I worry about if they're going to fight emotionally or if they're, you know what I mean, if their head's in the wrong spot going into the fight. I feel like there's a lot of variables.
Maybe he's just slipping over some of the entrails that Jake Paul is about to leave on the floor.
No, he'll drag them. He'll drag those out and carry them with him. Yeah, Netflix is going in and out, so I keep having to stand up. That's why I keep shutting off my screens, because when I stand up, my camera with my background kind of follows me, and then you can see the stream for a second. And I don't want anybody to see the stream because they'll take me off YouTube in like 2 seconds. But Netflix keeps crashing, so I assume, God, it'd be so weird to be in there. Hopefully, what they do is when they get it back up and going, they play it in its entirety. Because they can't just keep stopping the fight midway because everything keeps crashing or anything. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not really a live event you can pause. So once it starts,
You gotta
starts.
stop
At least
your
right
minute.
now. Yeah. Guys, take a little bit longer of a break.
Have a beer.
We brought Prime Energy drink for everybody.
Some Tyson's chicken.
Yeah. We'll take the $6 out of your bill.
Do you think Mike Tyson likes chicken and watermelon?
I don't know. I wouldn't be ballsy enough to ask him.
I mean, doesn't and I have to wonder what's with that stereotype, because doesn't everybody like chicken and watermelon?
I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, so why did that stereotype get made about blacks?
Hey, do you guys like air and water? Ha! That race only likes air and water. Can you believe that? They're so weird. It's their favorite thing. They breathe and drink water all the time. So, yep, that's something that everybody does. Don't know why we're
Yep.
pretending. They just went over things in the middle. They're both in their corners. And by golly, I think it's about to start. God, I can only imagine how many people are watching this right now that they crashed out Netflix. Ring that bell. Round 1 is about to be underway. All right. You're out. Both men in the center. Tyson trying to close distance right away. Tyson's pressing. Jake's backing up. They get into a lockup scenario. Ref breaks him up. Ooh. Tyson lands a big right hand on Jake. Ooh, another big right hand almost misses. Gosh. Tyson's closing quick and Jake's backing up. He's got, ones and twos from Tyson, and then Jake grabs him again to break up the action. Ooh, this is getting heavy. This is looking bad for Jake right away. And everything's lagging, so I'm sorry guys about the breaks in between. It's gonna be laggy. And they separate. Jake tries to go low, then ties up with Mike again. I hope he doesn't do the same strategy that Logan Paul did with Mayweather. Logan Paul just kind of hung on Mayweather and just wore him out with it. Ooh, big duck from Mike Tyson got close to Jake, and then Jake froze up. Ooh, yeah. Tyson's moving good, but he's got to be careful pressing because Jake's getting a couple overhand lefts in, and then he's dropping down low for body shots with Mike. But Tyson's looking good. So far, they're both looking good. It's lagging again. So when it goes in and out, man. Canadian says Mike, Mike, Mike. Fuck around and find out, says Gonzo. We got 19 seconds left in the round. Big body shot from Mike. The ref tried to say keep it above the waist, but it was clearly above the waist. He was probably just trying to tell him to keep an eye on it. But yeah, I'd say both guys are definitely still in this. I would say Mike is probably going to take the first round. There's a little bit of delays in between, but it looks like Mike's definitely taking the first round. They made it a whole 2 minutes, unless I missed something in the next 15 seconds. Are they standing in the middle already? What the fuck is going on? Did Mike Tyson knock out Jake Paul already? It's already over. Holy shit. It just skipped. I said, unless something happens in the next 15 seconds, and then something happened. Apparently, Jake just got knocked the fuck out because Mike Tyson's still standing in the middle. So something crazy must have happened. What?
I told you.
Hold on. What is going on? Oh, they stopped it from a blow. Or what it? Maybe they're restarting the stream because of the delays. I think they're restarting it because of the skip. Gosh, I can't tell what's going on because Netflix is failing so much. So I think what they're doing is I think they rewound it back to the beginning because, like I said, it just went to where they were standing in the middle. And I was like, I don't see Jake anymore. But yeah, now they're both standing in the middle. It's saying round one, and I think it's about to give us the whole fight. So it's going to be their second try of showing us the first round. Maybe they're going to give the public a delay. That way they can at least get you the live results. Especially if Netflix keeps crashing, then they won't have to stop the event, and then the only people that'll know are the people in the arena. But yeah, this is basically, I'm looking at the first round again. It just restarted for me. This is really weird. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Netflix keeps crashing, so I think what they're doing is I think they're restarting it and trying to play it from the beginning for the public. Gosh, what a bad... I mean, I guess it's not a bad problem to have, but I don't know. I don't know if Netflix will get a lot of grief for it because of the quality of it. It depends on what people are paying for it. If you're paying extra for it, then maybe. But like I said, I still think Mike's got this first round. I saw it all the way up until 16 seconds left, but there was a big gap in between that they're showing me right now, where Jake is constantly trying to tie up every time the exchanges don't go in his favor. But it's because Mike's closing distance so fast. Jake immediately either has to tie up with him or he balls up. Big overhand right from Jake Paul. This is 30 seconds left in the first. Couple jabs from Jake Paul. Left hand from Jake Paul. Big right hand to the body from Tyson. 10 seconds left. Yeah, we give Tyson the first round. First round's covered. The question is, can Mike do that for 8 of those? If he can keep doing it for 8 of those, just like he just did, then of course he can take it home, but nothing too crazy yet. Yeah, it keeps freezing on everybody's end. Don't feel bad. Everybody's got their freezing. Everybody's dealing with it, because it's one thing if you were dealing with a pay-per-view and it was all down to where you were watching it from, but everybody's watching it through Netflix. So if it's happening through Netflix, it's just like, oh, everybody's dealing with the same issue. All right, round 2 is underway. Both meet in the middle. Now Jake's backing up, and Mike Tyson is pressing. Jake circles back to the center. Mike Tyson pressing again. Jake backing up. Some more lag. Gosh, I hope I at least get to see whatever does finally happen. Keep people locked into a fight that doesn't happen until 11 o'clock. And then when it does happen, they can't even hold the stream together because everybody was waiting to watch the main fight. Especially most of the people that weren't even into boxing. They're just like, oh, I want to watch Mike Tyson, and I want to watch the internet influencer guy.
I think I can beat Mike Tyson.
In what?
Chess.
In chess? Maybe in chess. I don't know. He's pretty strategic. Netflix servers can't handle the overload. Mine says round 3. Tyson has no killer instinct. It's a work. Ooh. It's a bold statement from Gonzo. Yeah, I don't see the killer Kowalski in him. I'm gonna refresh my stream real quick just to be sure. But yeah, if it goes the distance, I thought it might go to Paul, especially if he's conserving energy right now. But I hope it's not a fixed fight. There's too much skipping going on for me to overanalyze it right now. Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't know. If anybody gets any updates, let me know. But yeah, no, it's loading apparently. Yeah, I don't know. They're in real life. They're probably almost done with the fight. It's only going to be a 16-minute fight, I assume. You know, probably 20 minutes with the breaks in between. We're backing up. I'm in round 3 with 105 remaining. Jake's throwing some big, heavy-handed rights. Big left hand from Jake. I'm trying to watch Tyson's movement. I don't see him really going heavy-handed to the head, and I was wondering that before. That was my first concern to figure out if it was a fixed fight, if he could throw heavy to the head. Jake's putting up more numbers now. Mike's not moving as fast. You got 13, 12, 11 seconds left in the third. Yeah, Mike's breathing hard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fucking that age. Telling you. That's what I'm worried about. Everybody in the chat that's on the stream that I'm watching is saying scripted in the side panel. Gosh. That's why I always feel bad for all the people that paid exorbitant amounts of money for whatever pay-per-view or whatever they're watching. I couldn't imagine paying $70 for a pay-per-view and, somebody gets knocked out in 2 minutes.
Yeah, people are going to want their money's worth, so
Yeah, exactly.
drag it out.
There's been a couple, it looks like Jake got a couple clean shots in on Tyson on the highlights that they showed, but I can't really call Jake in the lead right now because this is the only round. I almost missed most of the second round. They just started the fourth, but I couldn't tell. I'd have to see from now on, but right now I would say Tyson's still in the lead. I got 1-for-1, and it looked like Tyson was starting to tie her up in the next one. Now he's moving a little bit quicker. Got a little bit of a break in, but yeah, 2-minute rounds are short and sweet, and it looks like they're giving them like 30 seconds to a minute in between. I can't really tell. Canadian Patriot says Jake's winning. Tyson hit him harder with the Will Smith. Ooh, Tyson almost landed a nasty uppercut. It hit him, but it didn't hit him right on the chin where it was supposed to. Tyson landed a clean uppercut. He just ducked him out and just landed right on the chin, but it wasn't where I thought it was going to be. It didn't turn his head. Looks like Texas Governor Abbott is in the audience. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, it's probably one of the biggest events in Texas going on right now. For sure. Shot to the body from Jake. Overhand left from Jake. Connects. And that's the round. Going into the fifth. Will it go the distance? 5 of 8. They made it this far. Yeah, I don't want it to be. I want somebody to get knocked out, to be fair. I want it to be a decisive win. I don't want it to be up in the air. I don't want it to be a numbers game where they go, oh, the judges gave it the wrong way, or especially because you can't tell, like as a fan watching, you can't tell who's landing all the punches if the streams are crashing every couple minutes. Some people in the chat are already saying they're on round 6. Yeah. Weird. What up, Sir Rep? Sir Rep said, Macintosh, are you still going to run for president? ?
Yes, I will be running for president of India.
A pack of cools in every house.
I'm going to promise to make eating beef illegal. In all of India.
I'm watching it right now. We're at round 5. We're a minute and 18, 17, 16 left in round 5. Tyson's still in there. He's not pressing the same way he was. I think Jake's landing more right now. But I wouldn't even call them significant strikes. But regardless, the numbers are going up. It is boxing. So, big left hand, or was a big right hand from, big left hand from Tyson. Like, Tyson's still throwing with power. He's just not throwing the same numbers as he was in the first round. I wish I could have seen the second.
Well, I know what he's doing.
Brandon says, looks like Paul is going to win. More people talking about Netflix than the fight. Yeah. I was kind of glad that I made the Netflix ring for this. I had the AI generate me a Netflix ring. I was kind of actually upset that Celsius is at the center of the ring that I'm watching. But that's what you get. I'm trying to do the play-by-play. We're getting ready to go into the 6th. You're not getting a lot of action, to be fair, from Mike right now. I'm kind of just calling out Mike's. Jake got a few left hands in. And most of them were an overhand left or an overhand right, and he's getting it every once in a while. Mike's not pressing like he was in the first 2 rounds. Mike's looking a lot tireder than he was. But can't give you much besides that with the freezing in between. I'm trying to keep it as filled in as I can. And Jake's breathing deep too, to be fair. 6 is underway right now. Tyson holding the center of the ring. Jake pressing in with a body shot. It's the only thing that connected. He's throwing other things, but that's the only thing that connected. And then a freeze again. They got the significant strikes favoring Paul right now. They just put the numbers up. Overhand right from Paul. Body shot from Paul.
Yeah.
Jab from Paul.
I see what he's doing.
Yeah, he's keeping his distance and just landing numbers. He doesn't want to get in tight with Tyson, and then every time he does get in tight with Tyson, he ties him up so that he can just hang on him until the ref separates him. It's exactly what his older brother did when he was fighting Floyd Mayweather.
I think Mike is trying to tire him out.
You think Mike's trying to tire him out? I think Jake's trying to tire Mike out, but I think it's vice versa.
Yeah, but the thing is, Tyson can take blows, and
I think
Jake
he
is
can take. I think he can take blows, and I don't think Jake's getting in tight with him and giving up too many blows.
Mm.
I think Tyson's tank isn't going to be as fresh as Jake's.
Mm.
There's no way that endurance-wise, um, Tyson should be able to go along. But 16 rounds, 16 minutes of performance, I think Tyson can get through it all. I just wonder if he can. I hope Jake's not holding something back. You know what I mean? And then gonna unload something when Mike's tired.
Hmm.
Because I don't think Mike's holding back right now. I think if he could unload and close distance and knock the kid out, I think he would. But he's not showing.
Mm.
He's not showing that trying to press anymore. Now he's holding the center and he's not pressing Jake like he was in the first couple rounds. But Jake's still circling and still not trying to close distance and get too close. He's still respecting the power of Mike Tyson.
If I were Tyson, I would let Paul come at me consistently for a few minutes, take all the blows, let him tire himself out, and then just pummel him with a few hits and knock him out.
Yeah.
That's what I would. That's what I would do. But
Yeah, let him get overconfident and keep coming in.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a
Just-
good strategy.
that's probably what he's doing. But I don't know.
For totals, they just put up 58, 56, I think, for strikes. Can't see some of the other ones. Some of the stats are really small. I can't really see them. There's a minute and 25 left in the 7th round. Big left and a right from Jake. Some people are calling it. Some people are calling it a draw already in the chat.
It's going to come down to points, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and when you're the guy that throws the event and it comes down to points, I don't like, you know what I mean? I don't like that because if it's just a points game and it doesn't come down to a finish, then it's the guy who's paying everybody usually has the advantage. And Jake pretty much set all of this up. Ooh. Oh, Jake just landed some nasty left and rights on Tyson. He's not even blocking. Those last couple shots he wasn't blocking. He's ducking and trying to like weave stuff, but he wasn't like parrying or blocking some of the shots that were coming in. It was weird. But yeah, that was the end of the 7th. About to go into the final round. Man. Stream is actually really smooth right now. Rope-a-dope. Old or not, but the experience should beat him. So I'm thinking it's fixed. Yeah, I thought that too. Like you can't. As long as Jake is going to be in boxing, he's never going to be able to get the type of experience that Mike Tyson already has. Fight ended. Oh yeah, I guarantee it already ended. Canadian. I'm just trying to do my best to figure out by watching it who I think won. Right now, I think Jake's in the lead, numbers wise, and I'm looking for something significant. Michael Lionheart. I don't think I know you, Michael Lionheart. Have we met before? They say Jake won, says Canadian. Juan Cruz says that was a bad fight. You believe we have? You don't have your camera on in the background. How am I supposed to know who you are? A minute left in the last round. A couple jabs coming in from Jake. Yeah, it looks like Tyson was just trying not to get knocked out. Ooh, big right hand from Jake. Connected right on the temple of Tyson. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep, no knockouts at least. Let you up? Why would I let you guys up? None of you guys have cameras on. What do you think? What do you think this is? Goddamn free for all? What do you think this is, Jonathan? Gotta have more information than that. It said open panel. Well, turn the camera on. Turn your camera on in the background. Let's be fair. Turn your camera on in the background. And you don't have a camera. Oh gosh. Well, I'm sorry. You shouldn't be streaming. You shouldn't be on the internet. You should be saving your money for other things. Don't spend your money on the internet if you can't afford a camera. I'm sorry. I don't even know. Do they sell devices without cameras now, Mr. McIntosh?
I don't know.
I've yet to see a
I mean,
camera or
how
a computer that no longer has a camera on it.
I mean, how are people supposed to support their OnlyFans businesses without cameras?
Oh, look. Your true colors just shined. Can you see the private chat? You call them out for their BS, and then they rage quit.
Oh,
That's
right.
funny. Well, I'm glad I didn't let you up there, big guy, and that's why. Takes me 2 seconds to realize if you can't take 2 seconds to turn on your camera in the background, I wasn't even going to make you have it on the screen.
What's the point of that?
They got their message across, I guess. Some angry white kid in his basement.
I fail to understand.
Me as well. Yeah, I don't even know why they're going to the scoreboards. They're waiting to call it, but I don't know if they're going to call it a draw or if they're going to just give it to Jake. I don't know. Haven't seen it announced yet. They say Jake won, says Canadian. Watching another YouTube stream, they say Jake Paul defeated Tyson. Okay. I appreciate the live updates because I am curious. I'm seeing a lot of different things already. Some people are saying split draw. Some people are saying split decision. One person
Well,
said
you know
rest
what?
in boxing.
You know what Jazzy Jeff said at the end of the song?
What's that?
Or was it Fresh Prince? Actually, it was the Fresh Prince. He said, "Don't you know nobody can beat Mike Tyson?"
Nobody can?
Nobody can beat Mike Tyson.
People have beat Mike Tyson. He's lost.
Maybe technically. He must have been getting paid like $20 million or something.
You guys want to see what I'm looking at right now? I'll show you guys the end result here. Hold on one second. Jake Paul's hand is in the air. They're shaking hands. Oh no, I thought I turned it off. And they just gave Jake the win here. Can't even see it. It doesn't even come up. But yeah, I'm watching it next to me. But yeah, Jake Paul with the win. But they didn't say split decision. I can't see that yet. But yeah, not a bad fight. I would have liked to see some more action from Tyson, but yeah, it makes you wonder if that kind of stuff's fixed. I want to watch now. I kind of want to watch the whole fight in its integrity, without what's it called? Without all the skips and stuff, so I could actually see what kind of plan was executed. But yeah, no, it was good. It was worth my entertainment. I'm still excited about tomorrow's fights. It didn't ruin my night. We got to have good. That's why I wanted to do an open panel, so we could at least have some good conversation going on, and I wasn't just hung up on what was going on with the fights. But yeah, gosh, almost been on for 5 hours. Jeez. Well, I will probably wrap it up then within the next 15 minutes here. So if anybody has anything, or if they want to join us, if anybody wants to join us, maybe I'll stay on a little bit longer. But it's only almost midnight my time, so I guarantee it's late, Mr. McIntosh, this time. I appreciate you coming on.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's
Oh yeah, it's been overdue. We've been trying to schedule one.
Yeah, just been getting busier and busier.
I'm gonna say,
But
dropping all the music that you've been dropping. It seems like it.
yeah, and
Almost 2 a.m. in Nova Scotia, says Canadian.
New Scotland.
Gonzo says Macintosh 2028.
I've heard about that. You see, maybe
I've also heard about that.
Maybe when I remembered the timeline, I remembered it inaccurately, and that I had actually been president in 2028 and not 2024. I really don't know.
So why don't I do a little spoiler for everybody watching? So when I talked to you a little bit about this, but we haven't really talked about it that much. I made a presidential video recently, and the reason I was able to compile this was because Michael McIntosh had released it at one point, this original timeline video, and there is an updated version that I'm going to release. And what I found significant in it is, I think everybody knew Donald Trump was going to have 2 terms, but they didn't know if it was going to be consecutive or not, which I think is interesting in this timeline, because if you play the variables, you go, oh, okay, well, if you throw in the variable of something going on in the last election, or why we have 20 million less votes in this election, like there might be a reason that the timeline is a little off from the previous one that was predicted. Like, yeah, of course that would throw a loop in things if Trump didn't have 2 consecutive ones, or if that would throw off the whole 2024 thing. And if they already knew Donald Trump was going to have 2 presidencies, they just didn't know it wasn't going to be in a row. I think
Yeah.
that's an easy variable that could have changed the whole outcome of everything.
Yeah. And I'm also thinking that maybe by 2082, will people even remember Joe Biden? The-
I wondered that too. Like, I think there's some people that run against. I wondered the same thing about Kamala Harris, but there's a lot of people that run against the person that wins the presidency, and you don't remember much about them unless there was something significant that happened.
Yeah.
Like Al Gore made himself a standout with the climate change stuff, as well as the hanging chads in Florida,
Yeah.
and like the miscounts and all that, and the recounts. But a lot of people don't remember like John Kerry very well, or
Or
gosh, who was
Gerald
the
Ford.
yeah
Like
Ford?
Gerald Ford. Do people remember Gerald Ford, or do they remember Calvin Coolidge, or I
Calvin
mean, it's like
Coolidge. People remember Calvin Coolidge.
some, but I mean, in the
What
bigger
about the greatest
picture,
president? What about the greatest president of all time? James K.
uh,
Polk.
James, make America the greatest again, the
Oh man,
greatest, the greatest.
he's one of the few well, until recently. Now in modern days, I think they're writing a lot more songs about presidents, but James K. Polk was probably one of the first presidents to have a song about himself.
He wrote a song about himself.
I don't know if he wrote it, but there was definitely a song about him.
Hmm.
I don't think there was a lot
Yeah.
of presidents that had songs about themselves prior to James K. Polk.
Hmm. I think Mexico has some really nice land.
Yeah.
And I've been to Alberta and British Columbia and these places. They got some nice land up there. They're not
Oh
doing a
yeah.
whole lot. They ain't doing a
I
whole
mean,
lot with it.
we like Texas so much. I could see us expanding and getting a new Texas or another
Sure.
new Mexico. I could see the expansion. Well, or the French go in and get something, and then we just take it back from the French, like we did Louisiana.
Yeah, we could just keep going all the way down to Brazil, Argentina. That's
That's what we got to do. That's the key: is let the Europeans go in there first, and then we just take it back from then, like we do
mm.
with everything else. It's like, no, Europeans can't have this either.
I mean, really, we could sort of take the quick.
That's why I liked your plan about the Vatican. It's like,
Yeah,
no, the Europeans can't have this either. They can't have their own can't
this
have
is
their own country
yeah,
inside of the country.
yeah. This is why we could kind of take the quick route about all of that and just go take over the Vatican because they own more land on this planet than is the size of any country, as far as I can ascertain. So if we were to occupy the Vatican, we would by default be occupying all of their land holdings, which is enormous. So
I
we
just
would,
want the secret. I just want the secrets in the Vatican library in their archives. I
yeah,
just want to
see,
know. I want to know about the what is it? Those three prophecies that those kids got at Fatima. I
mm,
want to know about those. That's
see,
probably the main one I
yeah,
want to know about. If I
see
can
that
pick
stuff,
one thing,
yeah, see that stuff is nice and all, but when you look at land and you go, well, look at all this land that is not being used in the way that it should be to sustain human life and make human life comfortable, and it's just
my
sitting there and
my aspirations for the human race
mhm,
is that land and landholders are going to be interchangeable, and I think it should constantly change, and it should never be stagnant. As long as
mhm,
it keeps changing and never becomes, a funnelized monopoly, then I'm okay with it.
yeah,
I worry about people turning society into a renter class where everything's owned by either the government or companies,
mhm,
where we don't ever own anything. Oh, Noel's here. Hold on one second, Noel.
Hi, did you see the fight
Great.
versus Mike Tyson and Jake Paul? Did you see it?
And
I
Yes,
if
saw
we
I
it.
did.
talk,
I
It
just watched
was
it.
we
what did you think? Like, why is Mike Tyson is so old? He's
Why is
like,
he old? Because he was born a long time ago. What do you mean? It's the only.
are you happy that the other guy won, or I am
No,
so I'm kind of disappointed. I was like, why
So
he
I was.
can't throw punches? He can't throw punches. Like this is
Mike Tyson can definitely throw punches.
yes, but
I didn't like the fight because first of all it kept skipping, so I didn't get to really see the full aspect of the fight. It kept skipping on Netflix and everywhere. But yeah, I would have liked to see Jake Paul lose. I think that's the reason most people were watching. Nobody really likes Jake Paul. Everybody wanted to see him get knocked out, especially by a 58-year-old man. That would have been even better on top of it.
so excuse me. He was super friendly during the end.
Who was?
Jake Paul just talking away to Mike Tyson's. Oh God, Mike Tyson is a really good man, and
He just made $30 million. At the end of it, he just made $30 million. What is there not to be happy about?
and so Jacob, why did Jake Paul call him out for? That's so dumb. That was a kind of a boring fight, but Mike Tyson.
I think it was good. If you think about it, think about how many people were watching. There was enough people watching where the streaming service of Netflix, which is a pretty big streaming service, crashed multiple times. I would say you held a pretty good event if one of the biggest streaming services on the planet crashed because of your viewership. So yeah, I would say it was a great move financially and exposure wise.
So who is Jake Paul's gonna fight?
Next, I don't know.
Who
He should
you think?
probably. I think he should. I think if he wants people to believe in him as a fighter, he should fight a boxer that's currently boxing and
Yeah.
not a 60-year-old man or somebody that's retired or somebody that's not in the sport of boxing. I think Jake can only fight boxers now. Like
That's true.
I don't think he should be fighting any more basketball players or any more UFC guys. I think he should only be fighting
Excuse
boxers.
me. Excuse me. Why did they call out? Like,
Oh, I don't know. Probably
and
Mike Tyson's very famous. I think he'd be a good face. That's what got everybody to watch, I think. Because everybody knows
and
how great Mike Tyson is.
did you know who won?
Yeah, Jake Paul won.
And so why is nobody like him for his YouTube stuff? Like, I didn't know. Like,
I would say coming into the fight, I said it was a lose-lose scenario for Jake because I think regardless, nobody's going to say, "Oh, good job beating up that 60-year-old guy when you're 30 years old." Well, I mean, he's
yeah.
28 and Mike Tyson's 58. So I don't
No,
think anybody's going to like
no, he's 27.
27 versus 58. Sorry. I'm
It's like,
pretty close.
yeah.
There's a 30-year difference between them is what I mean.
So, what do you think about why is he going easy on him? He doesn't want to mount
I don't
him
think
up.
he was going I don't know, maybe there was something in the contract. It was an exhibition. Who knows?
What does
We
that
don't know
mean?
the
It's fixed, or
um
is it like a backstory?
so
Did they plan it?
for the last fight that Mike Tyson had, they found out that the exhibition that they couldn't hit heavy to the head. They can make their own rules in an exhibition, and they can decide upon things inside of their contract that aren't the same as like a bout for a set weight with a set of rules that is usually understood by everybody. It's not the same. An exhibition is usually more structured, and there's a lot of different rules. And usually they're going to favor, the person that's setting up the exhibition, somebody like Jake Paul. Jake Paul got paid $30 million for it, and Mike Tyson got paid $20 million.
So Jake Paul wants to go easy on him. I was like, come on,
No,
Mike Tyson.
I think Jake wanted to win.
But he didn't knock him out. What he said, Jake Paul did.
Yeah. It shows you how tough Mike is, regardless of whatever rules that they had. Mike Tyson wasn't going to get knocked out by that young guy, and he didn't.
That's
I
so
said,
glad.
for somebody,
I'm so glad that he didn't.
Yeah, he hasn't fought in 10 years, and he was able to hold his own for 16 minutes of getting just constant overhand rights and overhand lefts. He did good. He held his own, and he didn't lose by a significant amount when it came to the numbers. I think I'd have to look at the overall punches landed, and then I could probably get a more accurate account, but it didn't look like
$20
Jake was
million
landing.
as well.
Yeah, exactly. They're both walking away from it with
Jacob,
$20 million plus.
Jacob, he really could not Mike Tyson out. He could have or no.
I don't know. I think so when it comes to any fight, I think everybody's got a puncher's chance at any time to knock somebody else out. It's all about timing and everything else. Like anybody's got a chance to lose in a fight. It's just about seizing the opening.
The girls'
That's
fight.
That's what makes fighting so good.
What about the girls' fight was really brutal? That girl got blood on her.
Yeah, it was brutal, but I was busy talking politics, and we were talking about other stuff. I wasn't really following the girls' fight as much. I only wanted to watch.
What about the first fight? Who was in the first fight? I didn't watch it.
I had all of the people that were fighting, but I didn't really watch those beginning fights. It was Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. It was Mario Barrios versus Abel Ramos, and Niraj Mayat versus
Who won that one?
Whindersson Nunes. I have no idea. I wasn't really watching them. I was just waiting for the main fight to start.
So, excuse me, why cannot they go 10 rounds like this other fights go?
Because like I said, when it was an exhibition, they set their own rules. So they set how long the rounds are, and they set how many rounds they're going to do. It's part of the exhibition. But Noelle, I'm actually getting ready to wrap up. I've been going for 5 hours.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, Jake told me you've been doing a lot of lives this week. I saw one of them, but he said you've been going. He said you've been going. He was on with us earlier today. He said you were going live. He's doing good. Let's say make America the greatest again. Macintosh.org. MacintoshUSA.org. The site was down the other day. I tried to go to Macintosh, MacintoshUSA.com. Hold on a second. USA.org. This page isn't working. Redirected.
Weird.
And it says try deleting your cookies.
Oh well, that's the problem.
No, I've already I refresh that every time I go live on here. So it's not.
Jacob,
I know I don't actually have that.
Jacob,
why are you yelling at me? Noelle?
Jacob,
Noelle, please stop yelling at me.
Sorry. Jacob, would you fight Jake Paul in a fight? Like, who will win?
I would grapple with Jake Paul. And I think I would compete with Jake Paul in grappling pretty well, but I wouldn't want to box Jake Paul. I'm not a striker. Jake Paul is clearly a better striker than I am.
So what does grapple means?
Grapple means any type of like wrestling or jiu-jitsu, or I think there's grappling in judo. Any kind of technique where you're grabbing onto somebody and maneuvering them is grappling to me. The art of grabbing and taking somebody to the ground.
Is it hard to do that?
I think so. It's another level of fighting. I'd
I
say
didn't know that.
more than 60% of fights end up going to the ground, like in a regular street fight. Most people don't agree on a certain set of rules where we're going to stay standing. Like in a street fight or in a real
Yeah.
fight in real life, if you can bring somebody to the ground and be over the top of them and be in control, you would rather do that than, all right, I'm going to let this person stand back up and then we'll start again. Like
That makes sense.
if you're actually, yeah, if you're actually fighting
Yeah.
somebody for a real legitimate reason, I assume you wouldn't wait for them to get back up or anything like that.
Should I try boxing one day or no? Should I try it? Is it hard to do it
I
for
wouldn't.
me?
It's hard. It's hard for anybody, but I would say I wouldn't encourage anybody to voluntarily go get punched in the head if there's not a good reason.
No, like
I would tell.
amateur boxing.
It doesn't matter what level of boxing you get into, you'll still get punched in the head. But I would say the best thing I would tell girls and women in general is jujitsu is my favorite sport for women because a 95-pound girl can choke out a 270-pound guy. It's all about positioning and learning the moves. It doesn't really matter your size. In striking competitions, I would say your size is a lot more significant. And I wouldn't tell somebody that has a significant weight advantage or difference in somebody else to stand there and hold their ground with them. I think it's dangerous. I think Noel froze. But anywho, I'm getting ready to wrap up anyway. I appreciate you being on for so long, Michael. It was nice.
Oh,
We'll have to
yeah.
talk again soon.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
But yeah.
Anytime.
Everybody, if you get a chance, if your computer's running better than mine, go check out MacintoshuSA.org. And also, I think Michael just, like I said, uploaded about 50 new songs on YouTube. You can find the list over on YouTube Music. I'll actually end up sharing it in my description on this, since this basically turned into the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, and Michael McIntosh show, because he was my main guest for the night. So I'll definitely put some of his links in the description so everybody can find some more of his stuff, and probably put his YouTube channel in there as well. But yeah, I appreciate everybody tuning in, and everyone have a good night.
Good night.